interesting online as soon as I hit start streaming, so I was a little tongue-tied. Actually kind of got I'm pushing the edge of the time that I'm starting, but it is within the posted hours, so I'm feeling a small small improvement over the last week or so. And I'm ready for some Hollow Knight, although I was out. It's very 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 Hollow Knight, although I can't stand hearing my own voice on stream. I can't stand hearing my own voice on stream. Where is it? My own voice on stream. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I think I fixed it. What a start. All right, so yeah, it's very snowy out, and I needed to get a few errands run. We are out of lockdown now, so I was able to sort of head out and get some things that I'd set aside. A very important tea run, which I'm enjoying in front of me, but because it was nice out despite the snow, but it took a lot of effort to go, and I walk everywhere, so it's probably about an hour and a half walk to where I was headed, and so I'm actually feeling kind of worn out. It was a good day today, but it was a tiring one, so I'm ready to enjoy Hollow Knight, but I'm also a little wary because I have no idea how I'm going to be feeling by the end of the broadcast. Let's do what we can. Now, the biggest thing for me right now is I'm actually really not sure what I want to do. I think I did a bit of a review at the end of last broadcast in terms of the places I can go and the things that I could do. But I will confess, I'm actually a little unsure what I want my next step to be. I think part of the game is, taking your own approach to things. So I don't really think there's going to be a... I thought if I double tap... Yeah, you double tap, it works. So let's see what the map is showing me. I do eventually want to get back to the Colosseum with Fools. It'd be fun to give it a shot, but I have learned that being able to sort of go through the environments and I don't know, just refamiliarize myself with the controls, do some things before I take on a hard set of challenges. That's probably the best approach for me. So right now I'm in King's Station. I'm a little curious about the sort of the seeming gap between the Royal Waterways and what will eventually become Kingdom's Edge. I suppose the question about that one is, how do I get there? It does look like there's a little hidden spot in Kingdom's Edge, which I haven't checked out yet. Actually, there's a couple of them. I think I said the Howling Cliffs was a really obvious place for me to check out because there's so many gaps here. We know the gap beside Queen Station is the fog, and we're not able to get to the spot, or I think anyway, we're not able to get to the spot where we'll have a map, so I'm not so worried about that. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I will go from King's Station. I'll head sort of down and to the left first. No, well, okay, there's two ways that I can approach this. I can go through King's Station and then kind of go through the Royal Waterways. Alternatively, I can try and approach it from Kingdom's Edge. I think I prefer the idea of heading down into the Royal Waterways, though. So Hello, Ace Origin 3. Oh, you mean win the Coliseum of Fools? I'll do my best, but I'm definitely not starting with that one because like I'll be honest with you, like one of the biggest challenges I feel with the Coliseum of Fools is just simply sort of being conscious that people are watching. And obviously, like I'm a small broadcaster, so nobody's life is gonna change depending on what I do. And the fact of the matter is, like, there's enough people who are playing Hollow Knight that anybody who's here kind of chooses to be here. But it is worth keeping it, like, it is worth trying to take the stream seriously. And I realize that focusing so much on one small part of the game is that can sort of become a bit self-indulgent. So the way I kind of found an answer to that would be to warm up with other parts of the game. That gets me back to the stuff that I find really interesting, which is the the exploration. Oh hey, that works a little different than I was planning, but I think I'll still gonna take a bit of a peek around here to see if there's anything to the left. Now I am intrigued by the cracks. Oop, wrong button. All right, fair enough. Alright, so that would be if I wanted to go to the Ancient Basin. I think I'm going to go through the Royal Waterways first and see if I can find that connection I seem to be missing. Well, presumably I'm missing. Okay, so we already hit that. This was after the Dung Defender. Oh, it's you again. I'm glad to see you return. No, please, don't say a word. I must apologize for my previous behavior. Entirely my fault. I mistook you for one of those mindless skulking husks. Yet you bested me in the most majestic knightly fashion. Such joyful, vigorous combat. I'd almost forgotten the feeling. I was once a knight, you see. By the grace of our good king, I stood proudly before the throne, watching Hallownest swell to greatness. Then that nasty business with the affliction. We knights defend against the physical, but a formless enemy. How to defeat such a foe? Our king tried his own way. A cruel means it was, and still, eventually, we were brought low. Bah! I shouldn't be so morose. You've invigorated me. 'Tis truly a delight to meet one whose strength can match my own. Hey, Knight Valian. Go now, mighty warrior of Hallownest. You've proven your honor. Good fortune on the path ahead. So there were others. Okay, this is neat. So there's apparently a path down. Ah. Not so mysterious after all. Yeah, I didn't think I'd see him again. I think this is one of the things, so it's, it's hard to play a game like this and not, not see the influence, well, presumably the influence. I never know what's inside the heads of a designer, but, presumably the influence of Dark Souls and the way that it sort of tells its story. And yet one of the things I find so interesting about this game is the way... So there's a few different ways that it... Oops. a couple of things that wind up being surprises but are real delights. So things like finding out about the failed champion, or the dung defender. You know, some of these cases of people who you think are... Well, I mean, actually, it's more than just those. But basically, a number of people inside of this game, they always seem to do a really good job of revealing something a little bit more and something a little bit different about them. There's obviously the bits like, so there was another, these are the really clear steps where the game is sort of, that's probably going to be a bigger and more significant plot point later on, presumably related to the way that that the king dealt with the infection, the disease, whatever we want to call it. But I think the ones that have been the most rewarding for me, and this is probably just speaking to my own preferences, have been the ones where, yes, I bet that's why those crystals are there. Oh, neat. Oh, wrong button. Okay. That's a nice little way of reminding me. It's like, hey, you've got that zooming ability. Another rancid egg. Anyways, so I think the ones that are the most rewarding for me, and the ones that, I don't know, make me sort of think more and really kind of just, they're a really nice highlight to the game for me in terms of the sort of thing that makes me, I don't know, take notice and really appreciate the work that goes into this game and the way it tells its story. I really do like how the characters are... Like they all have something a little special, but basically just the little twists that they take in the game are something that I never quite get tired of. They always seem to find a new way of making making something that you saw before, basically letting you see something that you saw before in a new light. And in one sense, that's sort of done. That's already apparent in the levels. That's kind of a thing that these types of games do. You get different abilities, and thus the ability to see more of what's going on. But in addition to the environments, the characters reveal more of themselves. Hey, Valiant Cheese, how you doing? Only those who prove their honor in combat may enter the Grove Beyond, the Defender. Oh. Oh, neat. You can see the little Dung Defender sign on it. Let me get a couple of shout-outs out of the way while we're early on into the game. So I've got Night Valiant 28, who is, I think you're like 19 days, if you stream today, into your well, yes, because you've been playing it every single day of February. But Night Valiant has been dedicating himself to the Yakuza series. I feel like this is going to make it seem like I don't like Yakuza because I don't get to watch that much of his game, but it just so happens to be that this sort of coincides with a shift to a new position at work, and as a result, I'm a little more dedicated to my work and have a bit more on my plate, so I have to be a little more disciplined with bedtime. But Night Valiant's always a safe recommendation. In fact, I tend to host him quite a bit because he streams later than I do, and he's a pretty safe pair of hands to hand the stream off in, and very consistent in terms of his broadcasts. So more and more of you, I've noticed, are getting familiar with his broadcast. And on top of that, we've got Valiant Cheese, who's been streaming quite a bit more lately. Valiant Cheese is a game developer who has worked on some stuff which we've actually streamed on the channel ourselves, but is actually somebody who is an independent game developer and has been doing his own projects most recently. So I originally found him through a game called Hive Time, which you are able to still play today. It is a pay what you want game, which you can pick up and and enjoy. It's a city builder. It's a bee-themed city builder, and it's a very good one. He also invited me to collaborate on a project called Supply Chain, which was fun, and he definitely taught me quite a bit in terms of just the reality. It's a little bit like, I mean, this is probably true when you learn a lot of things, but for me, it's the difference between what I learned reading something like an econometrics textbook versus sitting down and actually doing a project and having to deal with the fact that, the data is messy, or that you need to make specific decisions about how you're going to overcome certain problems. I cannot tell you the number of times I hear from people, oh, you can't do that, or that's impossible, or you could never, do it. I mean, like one of the things I'm working on right now are trying to come up with measures of game quality. I cannot tell you how many really boring people are like, you could never do that, or like you'd have to like look at the code base, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's the programming is not what makes that game magical. But you've got the man in the arena speech from Theodore Roosevelt. You want to have respect for the person who's going in there, getting their hands dirty, allowing themselves to fail, and potentially doing something really interesting. So in a similar sense, Valiant Cheese was able to take me from that point where I have sort of an intellectual understanding that there are people who make games, and that they do things that might even seem quite easy, once you get to play the finished product. And he sort of was able to take me through the process of how a game goes from an idea to an implementation, and let me contribute a few things along the way as well. Although certainly he's much more experienced and much better at this stuff than me. So I was definitely carried for some of the sort of pick and shovel work that is very necessary, but I'm completely ill-equipped for. Well, it's not really a promotion, but I've moved from it actually. So Valiant Cheese got to experience this in terms of just the way my workplace sort of was treating me and the kinds of demands that they were putting on the things I was doing. So I'm now in a division that has a significantly greater appreciation for what I bring to the table and what I can do. It's unfortunate that I chose the division I was in for a reason, but the promise of that division never really turned out. So this is one which is within my sort of realm of expertise. If any of you know what a consumer price index is, very commonly used to measure inflation, there's a whole literature around price index theory. And while there's other things that I've done, I've done political economy, I've done intellectual property, one of the sort of specialties that I have is a bit on price indices, specifically producer price indices, and I can tell you a very boring speech about them if you want. But yeah, it's it's a division that focuses on that, and they are very specifically looking to take advantage of a bunch of computing skills that I have as well, because there's an unfortunate tendency inside of the place where I work where if you're very loud and you promise the world, you will get basically all the time and resources to do whatever you want, and there seems to be very little accountability in terms of whether or not these things actually deliver on their promises. I am a little bit more, I cannot bring myself to do that kind of politicking. And as it happens, a former manager is now an assistant director at that division, and they are very specifically looking to kind of cut through bold claims while also, making sure that we're taking advantage of the technology that we can. So I just happen to be in this nice little intersection of having the computer chops to be able to pull off some of the stuff that we want to do, while also having the technical understanding to know exactly, what kind of a product we want to deliver and make sure it all gets done on time and in a way that mere mortals can understand. Sorry about that. But anyways, I did want to speak a little bit more about Valiant Cheese. So in addition to teaching me how game development works, he has been working on his next project, which is Bone Sweeper. It's the Minesweeper of video games. I think what's probably better, if Valiant Cheese wants to sort of elevator pitch his game, he can. But I would encourage you to check out his broadcast, because if you want to see the game that he's making, why not look at it yourself? So I'm intrigued in it for sure. He's got his own take on that style of game, which I'm looking forward to seeing. But I am going to be a little mysterious about it, because it occurred to me that that's actually probably one of the ways I can go from saying nice things about Valiant Cheese to getting you to actually check him out. Although obviously my own experience is, of course, to be able to say to push me past. Again, I realize the economics example is going to be a bit of a niche one, but the big one for me is that when you actually have to work through real problems and realize that even the very basic things need to be handled, that was definitely very good for my own learning, and so I'll leave it to you to see what he's all about. Also, he's an Australian developer, so if you like Team Cherry, who are Australian, obviously you'll like Valiant Cheese. Still a very early prototype. The idea is it's like, okay, sorry, you're telling people what the project is. Sorry, I know that was longer than a few people probably wanted, but part of this is a community thing. When the channel was growing a bit more, I definitely could attribute a lot of that to the, just the people that I knew, either the hosts or the shout-outs or the interaction with other broadcasters. So I always want to take the time to talk about people who have made the time for me. Skinny Man Gamer, a 2-month streak with 17 months in total. I always get annoyed whenever they break up the streak and the totals, because, I know why Twitch does it, right? Twitch does it because they want that recurring revenue and so on and so forth. But honestly, there's a ton of stuff that will, that can cause that to not go through, and it's annoying. So, Skinny Man Gamer, thank you very much for continuing to support the broadcast, even when, I don't know, I'm sucking. I don't know. I will admit. Okay, looks like there is a fight here. I will admit I've been feeling in a little bit of a slump as far as, I feel like I used to be a bit better at. I feel like I used to not stumble over my words, or I was maybe a little bit more articulate in previous broadcasts. The other thing that I've noticed is I used to be a lot better at, or at least I used to hear quite a bit more often that I was good at sort of teaching games to people, and I don't hear that as often. And so I wonder if I've lost that edge, or if maybe I'm just taking on different styles of games. Obviously I can't teach anyone Hollow Knight, because Hollow Knight's a fairly straightforward game to play. Alright, this is not as dangerous as I thought it would be. Oops. You're not playing games that need... Yeah. Well, that's... I mean, I kind of felt for Age of Wonders Planetfall, that would kind of count as one. And then I think Industries of Titan might be one where that sort of thing comes in, but... I mean, again, you never really know you never quite know how people are going to react to a given game. The funny thing is that even for something like Crusader Kings, I never actually really felt... Oops, sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button. Personally, I never really felt that one needed much in the way of teaching. Oh, this will be interesting. Okay, so I wonder if I can... Nope. Oh, I see how they handled it. Okay, neat. But yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, right? It's trying to find out how I might have changed as a person, or how the audience might have changed in terms of its tastes. I was saying it more tongue in cheek for Valiant Cheese in his broadcast yesterday, but you know, it is worth mentioning or worth considering in my own case. Isthmus Tear. Acid shall be repelled. Swim in acidic waters without coming to any harm. Ooh. Needs more FPS sequences. Also needs to be made in Unreal. Unity is obviously for bad games. I think my favorite... Actually, that's not true. Actually, Valiant Cheese has got some really good Steam comments, but I remember one of my personal favorites is Assassin's Creed Unity made in Unity, because Assassin's Creed Unity was bad and Unity is bad. And I'm like, one, Assassin's Creed Unity isn't bad. It's actually probably the best looking Assassin's Creed game. It didn't like fully work for me. I kind of get why that may not be people's favorite, but I think we need to check our idea of like what a bad game is. Like, if your standard of a bad game is Assassin's Creed Unity, you need to play more bad games. But like, this is the thing, like, everybody, you know, everybody has a conception of what a Unity game is, and then they're going to ignore Hollow Knight or Ori and the Blind Forest or Monument Valley or Industries, or no, so not, Phantom Brigade or Cuphead. It was bad on release, got fixed out. Well, like, yes, it was buggy, right? It's very hard for me to say that's a bad game, but it's not really... I know when this stuff comes up, it winds up being a very unedifying conversation for me, so... I think people, you know, people are allowed their tastes. I'm definitely one of these people who would love an abridged version of Assassin's Creed, because I have more stuff to... You know, I have more things to do with my life than play Assassin's Creed games. And they're very long, and they're very long in a way that makes you, like, have to go through a lot of this stuff. Oh, that's neat. I still haven't played any of the Ori games, Skinny Man Gamer, but I have a feeling that because this is...
Pantera?
Ah, what a surprise. It's not often I receive visitors. It's been so long. Ages, even. Just hope my manners haven't left me. You've no doubt sensed my affluence. You're right to guess. I'm renowned amongst the upper caste of Hallownest. Well, I was. Once until those cretins cast me out. Have you met them, my former fellows? That's them outside, their bodies shambling around all mindless and empty, and I'm still alive to witness their pathetic demise. I'm just so happy. Fate can be a wonderful thing. No doubt this one will meet its demise at the nails of the city's guards. I'll outlive you too, little grub, as I did all the others. Oh, could it be? You've returned at last? No. Oh, pardon me. For just a moment, I mistook a certain quality about you. You seemed almost regal. Silly, I know. It's clear you're not of high birth, wandering all about, all dirty and tattered about like that.
Oh,
Isn't life just wonderful?
Oh,
Sorry, just 1 second here. I'm actually very intrigued by... So, Ski Man Gamer, similar to this but not as challenging. Here you are, you're here to vent. You are literally a perfect example why Twitch is just an oligarchy. I saw a streamer just promising to dye her hair, went from 3 to 10k subs in one day, put love and care into your product, and this is the result. I mean, so, like, here's the thing about that. Ryan Clark he hosts the Clark Tank, which is dedicated to game developers. But so, like, here's the thing. I kind of have to take for granted how you're describing this other stream. Someone who's promising to dye their hair has probably put more of a physical commitment into their stream than I have. It's not my place to tell, who's more serious about the thing than anyone else. So, I kind of have to. I have to bracket those comments just because I know I've seen people who have been positive. The reason, so this is the other thing too. Like, I should explain why I'm prefacing it this way first. It's not to sort of be contrarian and not to do false humility, but I've seen quote unquote positivity streamers who, when the camera goes off, I know what they're like in person, and they're some of the most negative people, constantly just crapping on everybody else's streams and talking about how unfair it is that they haven't got their break. And I mean, like, the people who are following them are following the character that they're playing. But I've always felt really uncomfortable about that. Because in the end, I don't really think people are necessarily, like, in one sense, if you're streaming in a certain hour, you're kind of in competition for people's attention because Twitch is probably just going to give you like that one concurrent view, or that single concurrent view, and if you go to the other tab, they might give it to the other one. But I mean, there's enough people who want to watch stuff online that I don't really feel like I'm in competition. I'm definitely not in competition with somebody who's saying that they're going to dye their hair because I don't have a camera. It's that I just wanted to sort of, I wanted to put some context in that, because I know, like, for purposes of rhetoric, it's really helpful to establish a contrast, right? It's and for streamers, there's a big benefit to talking about us versus them, and it's not just for streaming, right? It's for anything. If you can sort of define another group and a sense of rivalry, that is also a way that you can build community, but it's sometimes a very negative way of doing so. So I'm taking this time to, like, erect this whole scaffolding around it, just to be a little clear in terms of what can sometimes go on in these sorts of discussions. But there is something really interesting that Ryan Clark said in Clark Tank. So Ryan Clark is the founder of Brace Yourself Games, who made Crypt of the Necrodancer, and their current projects are Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. Obviously, they also did Cadence of Hyrule, which is a Switch game, so unfortunately I haven't had a chance to play that one. But he gave an example in terms of Twitch streaming and games. So I think it's fair to say, I agree with him on this point, although I'm going to be paraphrasing him, so I hope I don't do violence to the idea. You've got I'd say for the most part, there is not a shortage of quality in terms of independent games. And what I mean by that is that there's probably more very high quality games that will be released in any given year than you're realistically going to be able to play in that year, possibly in that decade. We're maybe not quite at the point in terms of life yet, but the problem with independent games not necessarily making money is not necessarily a function of quality. There's clearly a lot of high quality independent games that are being released. However, there is a very big gap between what what the audience sort of wants and what's being made. I think it's Chris Zukowski is his name. I might have this wrong, but he does a lot of article. I think he's responsible for the How to Market a Game sort of newsletter or blog. And, I think his sort of whipping boy is usually puzzle platformers. And this is a genre that he really likes. But he also says that there's probably more puzzle platformers being made than the market can bear. And then, on top of that, it's also letting people know where you are. Or as Valiant Cheese was very famously told, just do marketing, right? I like to think I don't phone in my casts. I have good casts and I have bad casts. There's definitely lots of ways that I can improve as a broadcaster. But I also think, I've done my time. I think I've also grown as a broadcaster in some respects. And so, I'm sure I do things better than I used to in some ways. But none of that is necessarily a guarantee towards getting to a certain kind of viewership. One is letting people know who I am. Hollow Knight is not exactly a mysterious quantity. A good comparison would in fact be the number of people who were watching when we did Industries of Titan on Wednesday. There's very clearly a demand for that game. There's an audience for that game who want to see the game played, and it seems that that's not being met. And the other thing is that if I'm honest with myself, I'm not entirely sure I have all that good of a hook. We're well past the days of, being able to be some guy who's just talking over a video game and people will suddenly show up to hear what you have to say. My particular kind of broadcast is actually very easy for people to do. You need a microphone and you need a copy of OBS and a bandwidth to be able to sustain what you can load up. So, I get a criticism of the EA article a lot. I know I'm sort of free associating a little too much. I will bring this home on a point, and then I'll catch up with what's being said in terms of chat, but it's a really common argument that I heard against the EA article I wrote. And the EA article was very specifically written to be provocative. What interested me was when I posted it on YouTube, the most negative reaction was actually to the tone, which is so obviously sarcastic. And I attribute it to the fact that when people watch stuff on YouTube, and I apologize to the YouTube crowd, I'm speaking in a very broad generality, but it's got to be said. There is a style of person who watches YouTube, and it's like you're put the information directly into my veins, right? You're going for, you're going to sort of find what to think, and you take everything at face value. Whereas if you read an essay, you're kind of used to being able to pick up a voice in a given piece of writing. Now, like I said, that is a grossly unfair oversimplification. I am very grateful for the people who watch my YouTube stuff. And I certainly do not think everybody who watches content on YouTube, is just taking everything at face value. But given the fact that that's recording of me doing the essay on YouTube is going to be picked up by the same algorithm that's getting people, finding out their talking points on why EA is, evil incarnate. there's going to be a bunch of people who are like, oh, you're so arrogant. Like, you think you're smarter than everyone. I'm like, well, you know, I know where that's coming from, but I really wish you guys would, you know, would register the sarcasm where, you know, I did kind of make an effort to signpost the sarcasm a lot more than I really think was merited. But anyways, the common argument that I hear against that essay is that it's another revenue is quality argument, and that I think really sucks, because there are multiple measures in that article to specifically deal with that potential vector of criticism. But I'm also going to say that revenue actually does kind of count, or in the case in the currency of Twitch, it would be it's not revenue, it's concurrent views. You know, if people are buying a game or if people are watching a movie, maybe buying a game's a better example because now it's really easy to return games. It's a bit harder to return movie. Well, you can return movies, but movie tickets. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that I may not necessarily like the fact that certain stuff is more popular, but I think it's very hard to argue with people's tastes. And so, you know, again, like, my style of broadcast is fairly easy to do. There is a question of, you know, what your hook is. I don't think I'm, like, there are a couple of things that I can do, which do tend to get a little bit more attention. But it does help to have a hook. You know, maybe you're a rock star, or used to be a rock star, or, you know, maybe you are, I mean, speedrunning, that's a great hook, right? You know, you've got a favorite game, you can watch this person speedrun it. This is why there's a lot of broadcasters who are very successful at being able to, you know, you know, stick with one game. The one thing I will say is, for the people I know who make a living doing a certain type of game, they often grow very tired of that game. And I think most of the people I know who built a career around a certain game usually recommend sort of aspiring YouTubers and broadcasters not to get married to a particular game. One, because if the bottom falls out of that game, you know, you're sort of stuck. And then number two, you may not actually get a lot of satisfaction in terms of what you're doing. It is worth mentioning, by the way, like, I know I don't do Cultist Simulator on a live broadcast as much, but Cultist Simulator by far is still the most popular thing that I do on YouTube. Like, there seems to be a bottomless demand for that game, which is fine, because I enjoy playing it. It's just I have 3 broadcasts. I have 3 broadcasts a week, so, you know, taking a third of them and putting them towards Cultist Simulator is a little much a few years after the game has come out. So, you know, the fact of the matter is, and I do want to catch up with with what's being said in chat, is, you know, it is absolutely true that we're sort of at the mercy of the algorithm. And it's very clear that there is a change that's happened to the Twitch algorithm that I am now not benefiting from. It might have been that there were times when the algorithm did a very good job of pushing me. I'm definitely on the side where I'm finding it a little bit harder to get the attention that I used to for things that I know I do well. And, you know, that's just the way, that Twitch is going to work. I may not find it fair, you know. I might take a certain pride in my own content and wish that it were different, but it's not very productive for me to, you know, to just sort of shake my fists at the heavens and allow that to sort of become my content. Like, obviously, if all I had to talk about was what my metrics were, I would be wasting your time. But there is another, like, a slightly more positive way of directing all of this as well, which is that no audience can ever be taken for granted. There are people who are sort of used to be familiar faces. They're not around as often or at all. And tastes change, people change. I remember the first broadcast that I really liked on Twitch, and part of it was actually a change in the community that really didn't work for me. And in the end, like, that stuff is okay, right? People are allowed to have their taste. People are allowed to change, because of course changes also work in your favor. If like, let's say Industries of Titan, when it comes out on Steam, just winds up blowing away, all records, and suddenly there's like this renaissance of my old Industries of Titan broadcasts. Is it fair for me to say I deserve this, right? Well, no, because it's like Andy Nguyen and the Brace Yourself team who are making the game, right? I'm being lifted up by their marketing there, and the fact that maybe I had a set of videos that got picked up by the algorithm. It doesn't mean that I didn't put the effort into the videos, but it does, that is a case where, in theory, I would be benefiting from an algorithm, and I would be benefiting from a set of changes, or like a set of tastes that are not really of my own design. And again, the positive way of looking at all of this is to say that, despite changes that may not necessarily be to my benefit, all of you are hanging out. I think most of the people watching this have already beaten Hollow Knight and are getting really tired of me like struggling at parts that they've already beaten. But it's nice to be able to interact with everybody, and I never want to take it for granted that there are people who are coming in and out of all of the channels that they could be watching. I never want to take it for granted that they are choosing to spend some time here. Even if I'm doing a rant at some backseating, or even if I'm doing a digression on the idea of putting the work in. But I guess the simple way of putting it here is that there are some factors that go into the fact that I am a smaller streamer. Some of it is a choice of game. Some of it is the fact that if I wanted to make it, quote unquote, I really should, and maybe I should do this one day, is like sit down and say, what are my strengths as a broadcaster? Like, what is the reason for anyone to watch me? And how do I lean into those particular strengths, right? Some people say that they like the sound of my voice. If I wanted to get a little bit better in terms of that aspect, I could really spend some time doing a 3-hour free association and dropping all of the the likes, the stumbles, the pauses. It would be much better for me to make a meaningful pause and then continue on with the rest of my sentence. You want to know what I'm saying after that pause, as opposed to some of the other pauses where I'm just trying to catch up on the train of thought. And it's notable. Like, I do some public speaking, and the way that I talk during public speaking versus the way that I will speak during a broadcast is night and day. In terms of work, I tend to get some comments in terms of just presentation abilities. I haven't been asked to present on presentation abilities, but I have gotten a couple of like nudges where people are like, they're saying, after that presentation you gave, like they're saying is like, this is the way you should be presenting to their others. So that's kind of nice, especially in an environment where I'm talking about being largely unappreciated. Getting a compliment like that is really nice. So those are some things that I can be doing right now. There's effort that I can be putting in to try and improve the stream and make it something that people would get more out of. But there's again just a ton of things that I'd like to do, and they all take time. And to be honest, like again, I'm still working on myself. I actually do not have a good answer to the question, why do people watch my stream? So it's I don't know. You guys can say why you watch my stream, but I'm going to take a minute here and catch up with what the channel was saying during that. I'm sorry too if it sounds a little. I know some of it kind of sounds a little bit like platitudes. I've put some thought into this, to be honest. But the one thing I've really tried to avoid is to I look at the metrics myself because I want to know that I am doing a better broadcast in future. And again, it's hard because you can be somebody who's a really talented game developer. Your game may not be selling as well as you would want. And those are the times you need to say to yourself, this is worth doing, one day. Actually, great example, like Jake Burkett, who did Shadowhand most recent, or no, Ancient Enemy, I think was the most recent one. Like, Shadowhand didn't sell as well as they thought it was going to. Now, Jake Burkett's a very talented game developer. He's got a GDC talk about, like, surviving for years as a game developer without a hit. And being able to say to yourself, I'm still, like, I'm good at this despite the fact that I'm not, like, getting Minecraft numbers. That is a hard thing to do, and it's one of these things that I want to try and do the streaming equivalent for myself. And the other thing too, like, I have done those Steam streams where there's like thousands of people watching and the number keeps going up, so I'm not too like insecure in terms of my ability to do stuff. But again, like, not everything I touch turns to gold. There are some games that I stream better than other ones. So, but yeah, let me catch up with what's being said in chat here just so I can go on. So Valiant Cheese says, if it's something that their community cares about and they've spent time building that community, if it's a streamer having fun with their community, that seems fine. We're all temporarily embarrassed Twitch partners. The algorithm here is brutal, even worse than YouTube. Definitely so. You've seen people break through with good content, not here, not without some of the algorithms. Yeah, Skinny Gamer is actually right on that one. There is definitely a path to partnership where you talk to established partners and you get a lot of hosts and support, but again, there's tastemakers in other industries too. But you're right. Like, there's definitely a way to have some wind in your sails with the right host, and it is a reason I go to fewer Twitch meetups now, because you do often feel like there's a terrible game being played where, like, you need to hand out as many business cards as possible and take as few as possible, and that's not that exciting. Valiant cheers. There are also more high-quality games released every year than will be successful. Yeah, that's definitely true. You wholly believe the quality is only one quality that a work can have, and it's invariability. It is invariably the least interesting, and usually the one that's least important to anybody appreciating that work. You don't believe that popularity is based on fair assessment. Most people watch stuff because it's being pushed onto them. Yeah, I mean, so from an economics perspective, right, I like to pretend that people have perfect knowledge of all of their available options and they're going for what's best for them. But if you want a more real model, they're usually going to go for good enough, right? If your marginal benefit for finding the perfect stream for you is worth less than the time of searching for that stream, you're just going to stick with what you're watching. And inevitably, that means going for the safer options. Twitch is going to want to maximize for the amount of time spent on their platform, not necessarily the amount of time spent watching my stuff. So, and that's, again, that's true for a number of different platforms. Monolithic platforms will never be able to give nuanced treatments to individual. Absolutely. I do know that some people are working on it. So, I am usually pretty critical of Steam, but it does seem that Steam is at least aware of the criticisms that people have been making about the changes. And it does seem that they are trying to make some change towards it. It doesn't, that's not to say it's perfect. I'm not going to be an apologist for Valve. They've got enough money to make themselves feel better. But it does seem to be that they are taking, like, they are listening to the criticism, and while they may not necessarily be taking all of it on board, it does seem that they are at least looking at their platform through those lenses and making a decision as to whether or not they can improve, or if it's within sort of their guidelines. Of course, Steam's problem is different from the developer's problem, and hopefully the addition of more competition, Microsoft Game Pass, the Epic Store, the fact that you've got Rockstar and Ubisoft sort of able to threaten. I mean, Ubisoft doesn't seem to be releasing stuff on Steam now. GOG isn't really a competitor, but you know, like the fact that there are the biggest thing about the Store Wars, the thing that might be funny about the Store Wars is that the Store Wars will be settled right around the time that we're not buying games anymore and we're subscribing them. So it's a little bit like Sony winning with Betamax, or not Betamax, Sony winning with Blu-ray after the whole VHS versus Betamax thing, but it doesn't matter because everybody's streaming now, and who buys physical games anyway? So hey, Mushroom Sis, don't worry, I'm almost done the rant, and we'll be talking about the mushrooms. So you picked a good time to arrive. But yeah, I completely get it, and you're right. Like I definitely, what I'm responding to is I don't want this to be taken as like other people, like you should think differently as a result of what I'm saying here. You know, I like it that people complain about the algorithm. I don't necessarily think I'm that fun to watch if I'm just complaining about. Again, there's a couple of quote unquote positivity streamers I know who you know, only complain about how small they are, and so I question the commitment to this idea of being positive. But you know, it is like these are all criticisms we should be considering, right? Because it ultimately decides what we get shown. Valiant Cheese, the algorithm looks after is just a hand wave away for holders to avoid responsibility for that. Yeah, for sure. One of my broads is a strength caster. Even you, all that you are still at the mercy of the algorithm. Yep. You watch because you need to relax afterward. Cultisim found your stream for me. Yeah, well, I mean, that's Cultisim is a huge place where a lot of people found the stream. And in a galaxy far, far away, the Store Wars began. Okay, I think we're catch up. I complain about how small I am so that others don't feel uncomfortable around me. Okay. Anyways, sorry for those of you that aren't here for rants, but I don't know. It's a big one, and it's I do think it's worth. It's obviously something I put some thought into, but I also, you know, I'm on the supply side of the equation, so I thought there might be some value in terms of offering my own side on that. So Shumel Warrior, fungal creature that attacks intruders to protect its young. Something queer in the air caused these mushrooms to grow hearts, minds, and even faces. This means that they now fear for their lives, like all other living creatures. Hey, Talwyn Mossthorn, we're in your well, sort of your region. Mushroom says you came across this stream because you are bored and it's 1 a.m. You seem like a chill dude. Well, that's very nice of you to say. Yeah, I'm enjoying Hollow Knight for the first time. So, in fact, if you are looking for some more relaxing streams to watch later on in the day, both Valiant Cheese and Night Valiant 28 are two broadcasters. Night Valiant's got a nice quiet voice. He tends to stream quite late by my times. Valiant Cheese is a game developer, so those are a couple of other ones that I can recommend. But I've been enjoying. Who was it? Skinny Man Gamer was talking about sort of discoverability on Twitch and sort of what goes into how we get found, and I don't know. People seem to like it when I talk, so it was worth spending the time talking about that because it's an interesting topic. Oh, I thought we got all of them. I like watching streams that aren't too loud because sometimes it's overstimulating. I've actually kind of stopped falling asleep to streams, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I actually did. It's weird because I knew these people in real life, but somebody had sent me a message like, "Is it really weird that I fall asleep to the sound of your voice?" And I'm like, "Well, you know." Concurrent view is a concurrent view, right? I'm not going to complain about it. But yeah, I mean, it's the thing is that like even when I do horror games like Outlast, they tend not to really like. I'll get a jump like anybody else. Let's not be. You know, I'm not gonna not going to say untruths, but it's not usually my reaction to. It's not natural for me most of the time to freak out at a game, and so being able to sort of talk about what I'm thinking about during a game, or maybe there's an interesting idea that comes up, and I want to talk about that. That's always been the case. Sometimes we've even been able to have guests on, like a classics professor, to talk about ancient Roman spectacle during Civilization 5 was a real highlight. But yeah, I mean, the nice thing is that if people want very animated streamers, there's plenty of them. And so I definitely don't feel the need to contribute, because that's a very unnatural state for me. Actually, also, Valiant Cheese has a bird cam, because he's got a bird feeder outside. He's one of these capitalists who owns his own house and his own business. He's all about the money and dodging taxes. You're here to represent that crowd that falls asleep to your voice. It's good ASMR. I cannot handle yelling YouTube. It's the most famous type of YouTuber. So we're talking about the algorithm, right? It's definitely what people respond to. Like, I don't like the fact that just about every YouTube video says remember to like and subscribe. You better believe I say on just about every YouTube video remember to like and subscribe, because I've seen the numbers on the videos that I do that and I don't do that, and people respond to the incentives that they're given. So, Noxious Spores, teacher. Have you mentioned that you haven't earned enough to pay tax for a few years? Oh my god. You often play slow-paced games that don't have much threat to character you play, such as Animal Crossing and Minecraft. The only one that you really play that has threat is Legend of Zelda, but like Minecraft, the combat is optional and you can take it slow. The real shame here is that the Legend of Zelda games are actually this big lacuna in my gaming corpus. Part of this is because I've not really been that much of a console gamer. Oh, all roads lead to Fog Canyon, it looks like. So I oops. Like, I know how influential The Legend of Zelda is. I have played one of the older ones. Actually, fairly old one. I don't think it's... I'm trying to figure out exactly the timeline of the Zelda games, but this would probably be pretty early on in the... Okay, so both of those explode. Good to know. But there was one for Game Boy where things were a dream. I'm pretty sure it's called Link's Awakening. It's like black and white Game Boy. That one I have played, and I actually quite enjoyed it. But I think the games that people are probably the most familiar with and are the real hits, I've never been able to experience. Although the Eyes of Sin, invited me to a Minecraft server, so I got to play a little bit of that. Your first Legend of Zelda experience is Breath of the Wild, but you would like to get more of the games. Yeah, Breath of the Wild seems... that one seems to be a big touchstone for a lot of people. Like, that's the one that I hear the most. I think it's also the newest, isn't it? Although, it's funny too, so you might actually really enjoy Valiant Cheese's broadcast, because he did a city builder called Hive Time. So I have a feeling that that's the kind of game that that's a style of game that you might really enjoy. I do have a little bit of a competitive streak, so I'm pretty fine with. Okay, that's got a big blast radius. I guess I have to use my Hadouken to. But one of my secret loves is The Sims, which is obviously a very relaxing kind of game. One of the things that I find so interesting about The Sims, the version I've heard, I know there's a few different versions about The Sims, but apparently Maxis was actually willing to give up on it. It was EA that gave the real push to see the thing through. But those I like those kinds of games because they have really expanded my appreciation of what a game can be. I'm great with games like Wolfenstein or the new Doom, like being able to just blow stuff away and get lots of energy. Like I really do like that sort of stuff. But it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the depth of games like The Sims and the ability to sort of create and experience something new. Breath of the Wild is the one that people suggest when someone says they want to get into Legend of Zelda. I don't know if I'm quite in the position to get a console especially for just one game, but given the number of times that people have referred to stuff on Switch that I would probably really enjoy, I should maybe start saving up. Tired. So I'm a little curious, and by the way, for all of chat, feel free to jump in with this as well. But I'll direct this to Mushroom Sis because I'm curious, and he's kind of they've opened the conversation. I don't know if you are he or she. My apologies. But Mushroom Sis has opened up the topic. What are some of the other games that you like to play? Is there a maybe not a genre, but when you're coming up with your own recommendations for people about the sort of thing that you want to, you would recommend, or better still, that you would really tell someone who maybe isn't into gaming, this is why people really love this hobby. Do you have some go-to games? Valiant Cheese says the impression you get is Breath of the Wild is probably going to set a high enough bar so that the rest of the franchise won't be accessible for a new player. So you're saying I should start with sort of an inspired by Legend of Zelda game like Binding of Isaac, and I thought I dodged it. Work my way up. Start with Arena. You like racing games such as Mario Kart? Oh, that's great. Okay, this is another one actually for me that it's different than Mario Kart, but when I got my EA Play subscription, I played... Oh, it looks like they are going to get the map for this. Cool. I played Need for Speed Heat, I think is the most recent one. And I did not realize how much I like racing games until I played that. But yeah, racing is a neat one. There's another racing game that I played. I do actually really like Mario Kart. Mario Kart, there was a bar that had consoles, and I'd usually play Mario Kart with someone. Someone also let me try F-Zero, an old I think it was Super Nintendo. But yeah, that one was also pretty fun. Very old, but it's that one. I don't know. I had fun crashing my car a lot on that. You've been on a good rotation of Elder Scrolls Online, Hitman 2, and Orcs Must Die. Oh, Orcs Must Die. I've not played that, but I've seen people do it. That's kind of like a tower defense one, right? Your go-to game recommendation for someone that doesn't do video games would be Stanley Parable. Oh, that's such a good one. I tried to get someone at work to play it, but they weren't having it.
Hungry Mopta.
Ho ho! As odd as much of Hollownest can be, there's a whole new level of strangeness about these caves. Did you see that dark gate below? It's quite unsettling to be near. I did my best to avoid it. Unfortunate for me, I found another route in. Fortunate for me, I found another route in, though I did end up a little singed after wading through some acid. Alright, I think that's all of the maps. Yeah, particularly because Stadia just laid off all of its staff. Alright, so no getting through there. But it seems like we should have a path to the next sleeper. I really should be paying attention to the obstacles. I think that any Animal Crossing is good for a new video game player because the controls are explained in fun ways and some aspects can be drawn back to real life activities like fishing, which would kind of help the player get the hang of how the activity works. I'm trying to remember if there was a blog or if it was just an article that I read somewhere, but somebody did a ranking of games with fishing, everything from like World of Warcraft to Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley. I'm intrigued by that. I think one of the things that I'm curious about too is why fishing. Although, to me, it seems to make sense that it does seem to make sense that fishing is a mini game that you'd bring in because, of course, if you think about fishing, it's a nice little moment of rest. You know, you're able to be in a place. Like, oddly enough, I think Hollow Knight would actually potentially be a good place for a fishing game because so much of this is exploring this really beautiful environment. Like, look at this place in particular, right? All of just the layers to the animation in the background and the feeling that this evokes. And to be able to sort of go to an area and take some time, just hang out, cast a line. It keeps you occupied because every once in a while you get a bite and you try and bring something in. But then you're just sort of able to appreciate the music or the atmosphere. Doesn't this kingdom just abound with surprises, like building atop an acid lake? Despite the sight, I can't help but feel familiarity. Something stirs in my mind, though I can't yet tell what. I thought it my lust for discovery that led me here, but now there seems something else. This building beckons me. I can feel it calling. Dare I head in? Kind of rather explicitly frame what fishing mini games do as meditation. Oh, side note about the pronouns, by he, they. Thanks, Mushroom Sis. Yeah, it's a hard one for me because like I still fall into the habit of saying you guys, which is not great. It's not like I don't think it's the worst one, but I do tend to run into the drawback of unless it is a distinctively feminine username. So like God Empress Celestia was somebody who kind of came in, and so that was one where I had a fighting chance. But to a certain extent, I feel that people play the odds, and at least in terms of the people who identify who they are online, a lot of it is going to be, a lot of it's going to be masculine pronouns, but I need to the way that I get over that reflex is to acknowledge it when I slip up. So yeah, I never want to make a big deal of it, but if I screw up, even if it's on the balance of the one where probably it's going to be, someone hearing, or the person who I say he to will potentially be a he. It's still good for me to, be inviting. So, I appreciate you letting me know though, because I don't need to make a big deal of it. I frankly don't need to know anybody's, sex or gender in the chat really, unless they want to say it. But, it's one of the drawbacks where if I'm talking to chat and it's a bunch of faceless people and I'm reaching for a pronoun, I'm going to go for the one that's first to mind. And in my case, I'm a monsieur, so I'm going to say he a lot more than statistically I should. Valiant Chi says there's a game that you can't recall the name of that you heard of recently that lets you stop and sit to compose haikus. That's not Ghost of Tsushima, is it? Talman says you've essentially been saying no to fishing since you could first speak, but there is something that makes it work in video games. I've been fishing 2 or 3 times. I've caught very few fish, but that's not really what the experience is about, I think. Skinny Man says, gender, male, sex, not now, maybe later. It seems new to you, which means that it's been made since 1995. Did they even have video games in 1995? I thought that was when monks were still like writing the Bible out by hand in Latin. Descent 3? Is it? I've heard of Descent. Now I want to know if the Descent I'm familiar with is part of this new habit of rebooting franchises and putting the original name on them. Who are you? That leads me to this place. All right. Before I head in myself, I'm really intrigued by this. So I should have mentioned this before, but I was intrigued by the fact that this guy's clearly got the mask of one of the ones. Oh, Mushroom, thank you very much for the follow. Let's rescue... Oh, nope, that's not where the... I hear a lost soul. Maybe I find them through the other screen. Descent got a couple of actual sequels within years following its release, and spin-offs if you count Free Space. I did not know Free Space was related to Descent. Actually, no, I'm thinking of a totally different game. I don't even think I've heard of Free Space. Your dad approaches fishing like other people of his generation approach religion, and you've just never been interested. Okay, I think I'm actually thinking of a different game, Valiant Cheese. Like I said, too many quality games coming out to keep track of, let alone play. Although I figure there's probably a statute of limitations when it comes to, do I really want to be going through here? No. I should probably pick one major event at a time. I think I'm debating as to whether or not I try and do anything about this mask before I go to the Colosseum of Fools. What I think I'll do is I'll handle the mask... oops. I'll handle the mask when... or before I go to the Colosseum of Fools. But maybe I'll hold off on any of the other activities. Might do a little exploration, but, you know, like... I don't want to go too far into the game. Like, I don't want the possibility of finishing the game before I... I don't want to run the risk of, like, finishing the game before, before I've had my revenge. So here I'm kind of trying to look for secret passages that will get me to wherever that that lost child is. Okay. Mushroom says, I've never been fishing, but I think if you were to go fishing, you'd kind of get the hang of how it works because of Animal Crossing. When the bobber goes down, you pull on the line. That's got to be how it goes. Yeah, I mean, some of the fishing that I've done too is definitely not what most people would associate with fishing. I've actually never been fishing out on a boat, which apparently is sort of the thing that people people really cherish. It sounds like it would be very nice. I just sadly have not had the pleasure. Okay. So the trick here is the game is clearly giving me information that there's something there, and it's up to me to. There we go. It's up to me to try and figure out where it's trying to point me to. Hey, the Eyes of Sin. How you doing? We got a new journal entry. I feel like there was another thing that I was going to mention. You've been fishing. You feel less comfortable with ripping an aquatic animal out of the water to eat than you do killing and eating a land animal. The funny thing is that every time I go to the grocery store, I always look at the fish and the lobsters in the tanks. I love fish so much. I've always had like fish as pets. But yeah, I will look at like the tilapia and such, even though I know they're not destined to a particularly good end, or the lobsters. God, I really like undersea animals. As I said, you've been fishing, though mostly with a net rather than a rod. You went deep sea fishing with your uncle. Good lord. But you were too young to hold the rod, and you wound up getting sun sickness. I really want to show... So I know Eyes of Sin hasn't seen it, but I really want to show her the movie Sunshine. That's a movie about sun sickness. You feel like what most people talk about when they talk about fishing is something that can be done without the hook, the line, or the rod. Yeah, I think most of it is about the experience, which is fine. I mean, it's the same reason, like, for me writing, the amount of writing that I do proportional to the amount of writing that I release is... like, it definitely does not indicate that I want to be a quote-unquote writer. Like, for me, I usually write stuff to figure something out or to learn something. And I think that can happen a number of ways. Like why, with fishing, it's the experience, the ritual. It's also, I think, to a smaller extent, it's like getting coffee. If you look at people at the little station, it's like communion. But you prefer crab fishing and shellfish digging. I'm learning new things about you every day, the Eyes of Sin. Fish are so fragile, you went through a bunch of pet fish before you accepted that they weren't for you. Yeah, I actually always wanted some more exotic fish, but I think my family was very reluctant to do anything but the cheapest. Mushroom says you've been playing a whole lot of Breath of the Wild recently, and you got half of the Divine Beasts, which was something that you struggled with earlier on when you were playing. As I've said, you're a big Breath of the Wild fan, aren't you? Mushroom Sis just recently came into the channel, and they've been sharing a lot of their, gaming experience. Sadly, games that I'm not familiar with, but it's been really neat to see in chat how everybody's been talking about what they're interested in. Hey, Melemony, it's been a long time since I've had a chance to catch up with you. How are you doing? I will confess, I haven't actually seen you online for a while, but I'm assuming you are still streaming and that I'm just not on the right wavelength. But I met Melemony through another broadcaster who I don't think is live anymore, but stream art on Sunday mornings. Okay, that would explain why I haven't seen you. Not the art thing, the Sunday morning thing. Valiant Trees, I've got a friend of mine had a bunch of betas, which they kept in one tank with the males separated in little cages that suction cupped onto the side. One day someone bumped the tank, the cages fell off. All was left in the morning was fins. So I actually wanted to take a quick minute while the Eyes of Sin is connecting on Breath of the Wild. It's time for me to roll out the lovely emotes here. So all of these are the product of the Eyes of Sin. So in addition to Melemony and their art, we've got the Eyes of Sin here, who is available for commissions, but also holds up a Ko-fi page. So the Eyes of Sin is someone who I definitely give a strong recommendation to as far as doing emotes or really any kind of art. She actually also does voiceover work. The easiest thing that I can connect people with is she did the voiceover for the Horizon Zero Dawn Kickstarter recording. That's not the limits of her voice acting ability. It's just the most likely thing that I figure somebody here would have seen. But in particular, she, I thought, did a wonderful job with these emotes. My favorite ones are actually ones where she got very little direction and instead took a couple of things that she knew about me as a person and just went to town. But definitely a very strong recommendation for her as a broadcaster when she gets around to it and as an artist. But I will also say, if you click on that Twitter link, you can hire her if you are so inclined. If you'd like to see some of her art, she's also got her Tumblr, although I think the Tumblr hasn't been updated as frequently as the Ko-fi page. The Ko-fi page will have a bunch of her most recent work, but it does also have the support, the financial support option. And I will definitely say that this is what she makes a living with. And obviously with COVID, it's a particularly difficult time. And so for those of you that can, I'd love it if somebody does, find a chance to give her that support. But of course, times are difficult for a lot of people. So I always want to take the time to talk about her and support her because, of course, I'd love to grow the channel to a point where I can commission, 50 more emotes from her. But at the very least, I can brighten someone's day by sharing her art. And, much like with Hive Time, where I say that it's a pay what you want game as opposed to a free game, I also advocate for the Eyes of Sin to be supported in what she does. And if you have the means and you think it's worth it, or you'd like to continue to see aspiring artists, not aspiring artists, I mean, Eyes of Sin has been doing this for a living for a while. But if you'd like to see people who are making a go of supporting their art, this is a chance to do it, and at a fairly inexpensive level as well. But again, please don't. I know I mention this stuff a lot, but it's mostly just because if I don't, that one time that somebody does feel compelled to support the Eyes of Sin's work, they may miss out on the opportunity. So I appreciate you all sitting through the the pitches. Don't use the Tumblr much. You're not always great at updating things. What you're most interested to know is whether or not you had a very ham. I don't ever think I got the answer to that, the Eyes of Sin. I know we joked a lot about ham. This is a very cool environment. I'll tell you what, as soon as I get the immunity to spikes buff, the Coliseum of Fools is mine. Didn't quite think that through. If there's that many sparks, there's something cool there. Alright, so I could have got there either way. Don't really play a lot of computer games. You prefer console games because you're used to that setup. It's actually funny that you mentioned that, Mushroom Sis, because when I mentioned that I love the backgrounds to this. Like, I love the backgrounds in general, but to this area in particular, I'm fascinated. Alright, Umu! Alright then. Wasn't thinking through that. Through? Aha! I love the idea of a companion fight here. I'm sure he's jumping around saying, "Why are you bringing the sparks to me?" But yeah, so sorry, Mushroom Sis. I was going to say this a little earlier when the boss fight started. I'm playing this on a keyboard, and I think the reaction was a fairly universal. What in the world are you doing? Apparently, controller is a standard way of playing this game. But for me, I think we're probably in the same boat, actually, which is we play what's most familiar to us. And in my own case, oops, that was unintentional. Well, I mean, not that I ever take damage intentionally, but you know what I mean. But yeah, so I've kind of, any game that I've played has usually been on a computer. And while I do have a controller, and I got a controller basically so I could play Dark Souls, I definitely continue to default to mouse and keyboard, basically unless the game tells me. But I think there's something to be said for the fact that probably consoles have done the most to sort of make games accessible to more people. It's a little easier to say that, you know, you got a Nintendo and that's why you started gaming, as opposed to I got something for work or school. I mean, there's going to be a ton of people who say, you know, I got a computer for school and then I found out about games. But I tend to think probably most people's first gaming experiences are on some kind of dedicated hardware for it. So. For a second, you thought you were timed out. Oh, you definitely aren't timed out. Why'd you? What was the trouble there? You never found gamepads comfortable, and after hurting your hands, holding them for any period of time is painful. So it's keyboard. Oh, interesting. I feel like the rise of mobile devices is probably a bigger impact than consoles in terms of. Oh well, yeah, for sure. But I don't know. Like yeah, I mean it's a tricky one, right? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to present console as like the last word. It's just that I'm maybe trying to more draw a contrast between my own experience, which is somebody who's always been a bit of a nerd with computers, and recognizing the fact that probably most people are going to play a game on something. Well, I mean, I guess I guess probably the deeper point that you're making here is that smartphones are not specifically designed for gaming, and yet that's a major place where people have done that. So yeah, no, that's fair. Maybe I didn't think that through the whole way. You started on your parents' PlayStation 3, and then a few years later you got your first personal device, aka the Nintendo 3DS, so consoles always been my gaming life. You know, I always talk about how I'm really not familiar with consoles, but I did have a Nintendo DS. I actually played this great game for it. I think it's gotten a Switch adaptation, but I really don't know how they did it. But it's called The World Ends With You, and I really liked it. And the DS, and I'm assuming the 3DS as well. I played the 3DS, but it was just one of these questions. That was when I was not really gaming a whole lot. But the 3DS, the DS for me, just the number of things that people did with that console, and like took advantage of all of the different tools. So the microphone, The World Ends With You is perfect for that, because like you'd have an ability which is like to summon a whirlwind, and the way that you did it was like you blew over the microphone, and like you had an ability which was like this mighty shout which would bring like the roof down, and again you would yell to the microphone, and then you'd use your stylus. It was just really interesting how creative people got with those alternative inputs. And of course mobile is taking up that slack now, particularly with the fact that Apple sort of innovated the idea of a mobile device that didn't have a physical keyboard, that instead it was a full touch screen, and so you could adapt the device to whatever needs you had. Let's face it, not everything you use. This is maybe the real innovation that probably Apple doesn't get enough credit for, but every phone now looks like an Apple phone. Is, recognizing that, the famous Steve Jobs quote about bicycles for the mind. You've got what becomes the smartphone, and it doesn't make any sense to have a physical keyboard on it because you can adapt it to so many more things. And once you get rid of that physical keyboard and you make the keyboard part of the touchscreen, you're able to just do that much more with it. And then when you take a look at the types of games that are coming out on mobile, some of them are not going to be that interesting, but then a lot of them are sort of following in that model of the DS and the 3DS style of doing some fairly innovative things that people didn't. I mean, like, for instance, Pokemon Go, right? I'm sure Pokemon Go might have happened if there were hardware, hard keyboards on phones, but it definitely feels like a game that's very much one that is a product of a lot of very smart thinking that went into phones, and that one of the keys behind that really is the fact that people got away from the idea of dedicated hardware for texting and instead thinking a little bit more broadly about what it was capable of. Yeah, The World Ends With You was a way I could guarantee myself a seat on public transport. I feel like there's a vintage thing at play as well. When you were first exposed to games, mobile devices didn't yet exist, and consoles weren't just locked down PC hardware in fancy boxes. There were 20-year-olds who had access to mobile devices before they had access to computers or consoles. That's a very different life path. That's very true. Yeah, there's and I mean that's always going to be moving forward. I don't even know what kind of hardware we're going to have, but I'm assuming that people are going to find my preference for PC games very quaint. Mushroom Sis now has a Switch Lite, and your favorite games are Breath of the Wild, Minecraft, and is Minecraft available on Switch? I didn't even know that. Of course it's available on Switch. It's like the biggest game ever, but and Animal Crossing. You originally got your Switch for Animal Crossing, but since you had it on your 3DS, but you ended up finding a few more games that you enjoy playing. You found a mobile game called Sky Children of the Light, which is a beautiful game that feels like it could be on computer or console. Actually, one of the first games that The Eyes of Sin and I bonded over is a game called Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, which I think is actually a game by Cappy, which they've done a great mobile game called Grindstone. I didn't realize it was Cappy, though. And, I got to play it on tablet, so there's this great feature of that game, at least the base game, which was the moon is a really important part of the story, and the phases of the moon particularly, and different parts of the game would unlock depending on what phase of the moon it was, and it didn't tell you. You had to figure that out. And I loved that. And as soon as the Eyes of Sin and I had already been talking a little bit, and I, definitely was already very, I thought she was a really interesting person. But then she mentioned really liking this game, Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, and I sort of felt like I was the only person who knew about it, and I'm like, oh, this is great. So so everybody I know has played it on PC, but I got to play it. I think it was actually the very first game I ever played on my iPad. Schememan Gamer saying, would you ever consider doing a fan meet, or do you think you don't think you have enough of them? Yeah, I mean, like a fan meet for me would be that a bunch of people hanging out at a bar, probably. And I think the challenge that I would run into would be, I don't really, I haven't been to a TwitchCon, I haven't been to a PAX, I haven't been to any sort of convention. I have gone to a couple of local events, and even then some of those are more developer-centric, so things like Full Indie as opposed to Twitch Meet. I have been to a couple of Twitch meetups. So I'd never want to rule it out, but to have a dedicated event around me probably requires a little more ego than I have. But I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, the possibility of being able to put some faces to names, if there were some circumstance under which I would I would be in the same place as a number of people who watch Twitch. I'm sure the experience would be very disappointing for people. I'd be delighted to meet a bunch of you, but I think probably most people would be rather underwhelmed by me in person. But yeah, it's the sort of thing where the only reason I don't think it would happen is just because I just don't really know what set of circumstances would happen to lead me to a situation in which I would I would have cause to sort of announce some sort of a meetup. Tech Mims said it would be great. Sword and Sorceries was the first game that made you stop and reflect on the value of taking breaks and to appreciate how that can shape the way that an experience of a game, story, whatever, resonates and sinks into one's memories. Oh wait, Tech Mims, are you the Mims of Hivetime fame? Because if so, I know I got a chance to semi-meet you, or at least hear from you in the... No, hang on, you're a different Tech Mims, right? Or am I getting this wrong? I feel like I've even had this conversation. Different Tech Mims, that's right, we have had this conversation. That's right, yes, I'm following Mimsness on Twitter. Sorry, I apparently I needed to have a firmware update in my brain. Come to PAX East or something. Oh yeah, it's actually funny because I always keep associating like the West Coast PAX because my heart is still in Vancouver. But yeah, the East would be the more sensible one for me. Be up for a catch-up if you're ever that way again. Can't imagine the world will be in a good state for international travel within the next... I don't know about 5 years, but definitely... I don't have any travel plans. I'd love to do some traveling. I desperately want to go back to Vancouver, even for a visit. But yeah, I'm certainly not planning any travel. I also have, just debts from school to pay down too. So I'd like to travel, and I think it is important that I continue to have a life and not just dedicate everything to, to paying off loans. But I do also try to be a bit disciplined with my spending to make sure that I do make some progress on those goals. Yes, thank you, Tech Mims. I'm sorry for the screw up, but it's funny. Cultist Simulators come up so many times today. You live in the UK, so going over to America would be quite difficult for a multitude of reasons. Yeah, actually, I've got a couple of people. One of the longest viewers of this is a streamer, or not a streamer, but a viewer named The Respectable Gentleman, who still stops by every once in a while. And same deal. Like it's really weird to to talk about doing things like meetups, just because I assume that the majority of the viewership is sort of North American based, but when I actually talk with people, there's so many people. There's some Australian, there's some from the UK, there's some European, even Eastern European. Yeah, again, like we'll see. Of absence their abundance shall outer, O inner place. In absence their void liquid substance, O weave. Absence inner, O shall outer their matter peer. Void vessel, absence all outer contain. You're going to rely on the eyes of sin to decipher that lore. I think I already went. Sorry, I spent so much time addressing the idea of any potential meetup that I've forgotten where I was heading. Oh, okay, that looks like something the game wants me to focus on. There's bunches in this area. I bet it's just like those David Lynch movies where it's all random stuff put together and everybody pretends that it means something after the... I'm sorry, people are going to get so mad I say I don't believe that. I like David Lynch in general. I do not like everything he has done. That's the honest to God truth. Okay, so just to be clear, there are actually a few David Lynch movies that I like quite a bit. One important thing to remember about David Lynch is that he is very capable of making straightforward movies and making them quite good. So if you haven't seen The Elephant Man, I highly recommend watching that. I am not going to watch Inland... Okay, if I watch Inland Empire, I'm going to have to be I'm going to have a lot of free time, and I'm going to have to be in the mood. Last time I watched Blue Velvet, I actually didn't care for it that much, and I used to really like Blue Velvet. But yeah, I know what it's like to talk to David Lynch fans, so say that in Lynch's voice. I do actually kind of like Twin Peaks, but Lynch in Sicko Mode Surrealist is the literal worst thing that humanity has produced. See, the big problem for me, Valiant Cheese, is now when I try to do a David Lynch voice, I kind of wind up sounding a little bit more like Heath Ledger's Joker, and I find it really hard to do the distinction between the two. So, like, should I just do David Lynch saying, like, you know how I got these scars? Anyways, now this game has so much implied lore, but it all fits together. Yeah, I'm really sorry to the David Lynch fans in the chat. But not as sorry as I am for people who don't care for David Lynch movies who were made to watch them by David Lynch fans. And half of my follows are now gone. Kinglight, M growth, in-kind flow, Allthink, Enfield, Old Light, M essence, M dream, M ungrowth, O Enthink, Abba, Nightlight, Kinglight, Old Night, Themkin. Och, think flow, Abba, dream, uncontrained, thir, undergrowth, end life. Alright, we'll go find the jelly. Well, we found the jelly, but we'll go visit the jelly. Side. Although I will double check that I haven't missed. Okay, so there was that read, which I do want to check the journal for. Okay. charged Lumafly. When threatened, they cluster together, generating electricity. They usually drift about peacefully, but sometimes they cluster together and spit out a sharp, crackling flash that will stun and burn even large beasts like myself. Watch closely for an opening and move past them quickly. That's the honest-to-God truth. Sounds like something Gordon would shout in Twin Peaks. And, I mean, David Bowie, I think actually the first acting job, I can't remember if the first acting job I saw for David Bowie was Twin Peaks or as pilot in The Last Temptation of Christ. For those of you who have not seen The Last Temptation of Christ, it's actually pretty good. I'm not the biggest Scorsese fan, but Willem Dafoe is the Son of Man. You know, I'm something of a messiah myself. Yeah, I didn't see Labyrinth until quite a bit later after those. Oh, sorry, when I'm talking about acting roles, I'm talking about, like, the ones that I had seen. Because, like, I knew David Bowie as a musician, but I didn't know he acted. And I'm trying to remember if it was the Twin Peaks movie. I don't think he was ever in the TV show. Or if it was Last Temptation of Christ. Something glows within the tank. Oops, wrong button. To think such a small creature would bear this kingdom's fate. You need David Bowie as a musician. We played a few sets together. Best musician actor is Sting because he is a Harkonnen. Oh, that's right. He was in the. Well, apparently, we're David Lynch mode tonight. That's the is that 1980s adaptation? The copy of Dune I have actually is the movie tie-in book because I tend to buy a lot of my books from used bookstores. So I've got like Sting, Kyle MacLachlan, all of the Patrick Stewart. I basically got all the A-listers on the cover of my copy of Dune. There's no sandworms on that one. Did she call you too then? I realize it's no coincidence we arrived together. Though much of my memory is blank, this place I recall. Within these chambers, the teacher sought to store the kingdom's knowledge, and at its core, she stored herself. Oh, so this is Foundation. To save Hallownest, the teacher willingly became a seal, but upon herself she enacted an additional protection. Though I cannot recall its happening, I played a part in that feat. She called me here, now to reverse that protection, all in aid of you. Do not hesitate. The choice to reform was hers, not mine. She knows what you would do and seems to welcome it. Holy smokes! We're going to be here for a while. I'm not going to advance this. I know we're not making a lot of progress in the game. I'm sorry, guys. It's been a real pleasure to catch up with a lot of you. Hey, El Canoe. Sorry, I'm digesting an incredibly generous batch of 10 subscriptions from from TechMims. There's four more to go. Sorry, guys. Xenu's Paradox? That is such a good name. Xenu's Paradox in particular should be taking advantage of the emotes. That's incredibly kind of you to say, TechMims. I am going to... I'll respond to that properly, but I need to catch up on chat after the bomb. That's... Oh my god, Elkanu, thank you so much for the host, too. I'm so sorry, guys, but let me just take a quick second here and catch up. So Mushroomsis dropped an interesting bit of music trivia here. Bowie and Freddie Mercury couldn't physically record together for their collaboration because their egos were too big for their own good. That I didn't know. TechMims came in. They're that serious about the establishing a no-lynch zone. So gifted subs to Prometheus, Valiant Cheese, Talwyn Mossthorn, it's and Anymind Vlor 123. I know that name is specifically designed to be difficult to say, and there's 122 other ones too, so I hope none of you have to run into the others. Atlesian Knights, Past Worshipper, as I mentioned, Xenu's Paradox, because that is a very noteworthy name. Corrosive, eighth of their name, Wobendy Wonder Dog, and Fluffy McNoob. And of course, again, I hope you all thank TechMims for your access to the emotes. Skinny Man Gamer says, I'm having a hard time believing it was Freddie Mercury. TechMims says David Lynch is poopy here. That's all that I ask, and my opinions are cheaply bought, so... that crashed the Twitch player. Sorry about that. It's an incredibly generous batch of face melting ghosties. We've got Elkanu in here. Thank you, everybody from Elkanu's channel. I'm so sorry that I put the game sort of on pause, but I did get this very kind batch of 10 subs, and then TechMims comes in and says, try and chop it. I will try to pop in and chat a bit more. You're like the best streamer, though, for real. That is very kind of you to say, but I am going to direct your attention towards a streamer who just hosted me, which is Elkanu, an incredibly talented French streamer. And I actually crept in. I saw you streaming right around the time that I was starting, and I think it was Remnant... oh, what the hell is it called? It's Remnant Beyond the Ashes or something like that. I've played it like once. It's a sort of a little bit like Dark Souls. Anyways, I know you were playing Remnant. I've seen you play it a couple of times actually, but I didn't say anything because I knew I was going to be broadcasting relatively soon. But I have been practicing my French, so I'll be able to speak from the ashes. Thank you. Elkanu has also been really generous at helping me through my French. So for those of you that like finding new games, Elkanu is one of my strongest recommendations. Even if you do not speak the language, he's very talented at being able to sort of do nonverbal communication. He's actually quite funny if you've not... Even if you don't speak French, you will probably laugh quite a bit in the stream. He's got a very welcoming, very kind community. Couple who go through. I know one of his mods, Papaganeko, used to stop by and actually gifted me The Sea Will Claim Everything, which is a really interesting game. And overall, just a really nice guy. I still remember the first stream I watched him play, which was Satellite Rain. It was a lot of fun to watch. I've known him when he was a streamer in France. I've known him when he was a streamer in the United States. And now he's a streamer in France again. But definitely another strong recommendation for Twitch. And of course, those of you from Elkanu's channel, I really appreciate you stopping by. But I also understand I am an English speaker. I know the great rivalry between the UK and France, and I'm Canadian, so at least I have this nice combination of those two colonial powers. I could walk. I'm probably about half an hour's walk away from going into Quebec, but I'm definitely primarily English speaker, and my French is an embarrassment to the language. So I completely understand if you don't want to hang out. I appreciate you coming along and showing that support to Elkanu as well as myself. So I'm an English speaker and I do a lot of speaking. All right. She knows what you would do and seems to welcome it. To think such a small creature. Okay. Figure sleeps within the tank. You know, I'll admit too, for the Twitch emotes, I know about mine, but I actually don't know that much about the default ones. Far out, man. For diversity, a seal. A world forever unchanging. The seals must break. Forever. And ever. Better an end. Yeah, no problem, Elkanu. Figured the very least that I can do is give you a longer shout out. I feel like my shout outs should go. I feel like I should extend the shout out by like a minute each time I or maybe like each week that I watch your stream but don't talk. Because I know like you do quite a bit of interaction. You're always so nice to me when I'm in your stream, and I always feel a little bad to introduce English, because obviously Twitch is predominantly English, and the least I can do is let the people who have talented broadcasters in their own language engage with their audience in their own language. But the game will still be there. Actually, one small thing. I don't want to talk too much about my outside life, but I actually did something for someone not too long ago, which cost me quite a bit. It was like, it's one of these cases of like a nice thing to do, but it was kind of amount of money where I'm like, oh, that kind of stings. So those donated subscriptions actually kind of help redress the balance. So thank you. It makes me feel a little bit better about doing that nice thing. Don't feel bad. I'm only bringing French to an on French channel. Not many folks stick around. Probably. Yeah, I appreciate it nonetheless. More importantly, I just like the idea of more people checking out your stuff because I enjoy it. That's very nice of you to say the Eyes of Sin, but I also think that if people could support your art through I think if people could support your art through your Ko-fi page, I'd be very happy if the money went to that. Especially because I know you you could use it. Do I have a forum? I have a Discord. But no, I don't have a standard forum. It's hardly a chalkboard. See, I try not to play too much on the chalk. The way I play on the chalk thing is to do the system part. So, like, when I was doing Periscope, my battery on my phone is a little too... I haven't changed the phone since I got it, so the battery is not quite able to support it the way that it used to. But, like, when I do Periscope walk and talks, I'd call them system walks. When I do extended periods of time without the game, you know, it's a system talk. If I ever had a stream team, I'd call it the system block, BLOC. When I want to do sound financial investing, I buy system stock. I would make that the channel currency if I could. If it was, yeah, if I was painting, would I wear a system smock? I actually just generally, if people are being a little too annoying, I am not above the odd system mock. But yeah, needless to say, there's quite a few system. What's the time? Check the system clock. Technically, everybody checks the system clock nowadays. Who wears a watch? Actually, I guess watches are coming back now, but yeah, I always just check my computer. Madam's life is extinguished, and with it her seal breaks. It's a heavy thing you attempt, but I've seen your prowess up close, and she too believed you capable. When you roast a leg of ham, is it System Hawk? Is that what your grandmother was talking about? The Eyes of Sin? Is this the ham that we're referring to? The very ham? Be on your journey then, and allow me to rest a time. With the deed complete, I begin to feel my age. Madam's life is extinguished, and with it her seal break. Okay. If you knocked on the door, it's a system knock. I am the one who system knocks. I didn't think of that one, Mushroom Sis. I am gonna steal that one forever. You know, I bet there's a deep learning thing, like deep fake, but I bet there's a way of deep faking Bryan Cranston saying I am the one who system knocks. That seems like a very worthwhile yeah. Take all of my data stats and machine learning knowledge, use it to come up with a fun play on System Chalk. That is how I will make my name on Twitch. I, of course, protect my valuables with a system lock. Oops. Damn it. Do I tie up my boat at the system dock? Maybe one day that should just be the stream, coming up with as many system concepts as we can. Actually, oddly enough, one of the best photos I've ever taken was some like boats docked in Vancouver. Is there a new System Shock coming? I believe there are 2 System Shock games in development. I was a Kickstarter backer on one and regret it. And this is a remaster of the original System Shock. The problem with that one is that they announced that they were switching from Unity. So they had like a working demo in Unity, which is one of the reasons I backed it. And then they turned around and said, like, it's going to be so much better if we do it on Unreal. And pretty much like every single Kickstarter project that announces that they're switching the engine halfway through. All of a sudden you start a few less updates, and all of a sudden you're hearing, oh, the game's sort of delayed indefinitely while we rebuild it from the ground up, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not seeing that ever. To tie it with a system knot, that's another good one. This is funny. I actually really thought I used to have a whole bit of all the chalk rhymes, and I haven't done it in a while, so I've like gotten out of practice. But you folks have actually come up with some pretty good ones that I hadn't thought of before. So this is good. I feel like I need to. Okay, what I'm going to do is when I do my taxes, I'm going to claim it as R&D expenditure. But yeah, so they switched from Unity to Unreal Valiant Cheese. And but yeah, in addition to that, there was talk at least of a third System Shock. I'm under the impression. See, this is the thing. I think is it Other Side or Other World? Anyways, there was so the reason why I'm a little unsure about that particular project is I don't know if that was supposed to be a follow-up from Underworld Ascension, which obviously wasn't that successful. Oh man, so that's news to you then, Valiant Cheese. Oh man, you've got some upsetting updates to read, man. Yeah, I mean, to Night Dive's credit, they have said that they are in it for the long run and the game will be made. I am very skeptical, and frankly, I wish they were a little more upfront. Like, when you kickstart something, you are backing the people behind it. There's always a risk. I am not very happy that they made that change. Like, to me, showing a demo of the game as part of the Kickstarter backing thing is making sort of a commitment to say, hey, we can deliver on the game. In fact, we've already done some work on this. And turning around and then switching the engine and effectively undoing that work, I kind of feel, like I said, there's no real like rule book for what you can and can't do. In some cases, look, I don't make games, right? I'm not in a position to say that there was some technical hurdle that they simply could not have solved inside of Unity. But what I do know is one of the reasons why I backed that Kickstarter is sort of rendered irrelevant by that choice, and I know that game is very far behind on its delivery. And I keep seeing a lot of really enthusiastic updates about the art that's getting made, but then I also saw that with a project called Project Phoenix. That's a fairly notorious Kickstarter, so... Can't recall if I ever did. You meant to say something about System Shock crabs as I was traversing the Foyadas. I don't remember. I might just forget it because, of course, now I'm in Oblivion mode. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, by the way, I kind of bounced off of Skyrim when I first played it. So I eventually decided to try... The Elder Scrolls from the very first game, Arena. And I've now completed Morrowind. I'm on to Oblivion, but in addition to finding Valiant Cheese through him... Well, rather, Valiant Cheese found me because I was streaming his game, Hive Time. Actually, Elcanu, if you've not played it, you might like that one. It's SimCity, but for bees. I might have even talked to you about that one before. But then again, you've got a lot of games that you can play, so I realize that recommending games to you is sort of like... It's kind of like TV shows and movies now. Like, everybody's got one to recommend, and nobody has the time to watch everybody's recommendations. Anyways, yeah. In addition to... So, Valiant Cheese didn't just watch me cover his stuff. he actually stuck around to watch Morrowind, which is a game he likes quite a bit, and I actually liked quite a bit. So, needless to say, I was. Anyway, that's the System Shock reference. On every Tuesday we've got another episode of me doing the Elder Scrolls, doing the Dunmer voice. This is the voice of Caius, Spellsword, Dunmer, Eternal Champion, former agent of the Under. Yes, Alkanu's not a fan of Underworld Ascent. I actually haven't played it. Hive Time. Actually, I think Valiant Cheese could probably drop the itch link. Sorry to make him. Oh, sorry. You had heard about it. That was expressing your exasperation you felt at the time, mostly due to how it plays into an unhealthy discourse. More than that, they chose to switch tech. Although maybe wait until you settle on your tech before doing a crowdfunding campaign. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I mean, I'm the broadcaster, so I should be bringing it up. The thing is, though, I have noticed that I don't get as many frame drops when I don't have the browser open. Like Chrome just seems to be horrible for my resources. So it's nice when people are able to put out the links, because it just means that I have fewer things that are going to be messing with my the overall stream. Mushroom Sis is playing Breath of the Wild and about to face Van Rodiana. Low-key scared, not gonna lie. So some of you who are familiar with Breath of the Wild will be able to wish them good luck. And the Eyes of Sin coming in strong. If you were a shepherd, you'd tend to your system flock. That was the one I missed. The name, it's actually still in the Discord. The name for the unofficial name for the community is System Flock. Thank you, Isaacson. I forgot about that one. So if you were a shepherd, you tend to your system flock, then come in from a long day to stew in your system crock, made from system stock, heated on a system rock. It's system chalk, full of system bok choy, and other such vegetable with a bit of system hawk. I low-key scared. I'm dad. Get out. Isaacson saying, Mushroom Sis can kick Rudiana's butt. It's a good pump and dump. Oh yeah, I got a call. So my bank's gotten a lot better at checking in. So I'm still one of these suckers who like can't say no. Like I'll even when there's a so it's like a cold call, I'll still like hear them out and just say no. Or sorry, I'll hear them out and say no, rather than just hang up. So it's actually funny because you all know where I'm going, and I'm going to be in Mushroom Sis's shoes in a minute in the Coliseum. What was I going to say? Oops. So yeah, anyways, my bank's gotten a lot better at sort of looking for certain milestones, scheduling appointments with me, and like just generally, like they're taking sufficient interest in my financial affairs to make sure that I, I don't know, like buy a mutual fund or like just, do adult stuff. In Canada, we have these things called RRSPs. I think they're probably like a 401k in the United States. And anyways, my usual person at the bank, called in for the annual checkup. I've seen the person at the bank more for annual checkups than I've seen a real doctor for annual checkups. But anyways, I thought one thing I could do. This is Valiant Cheese's pump and dump comment. I'm actually, especially because it's going to be a web conference rather than an in-person meeting, so you can usually hear me smile over audio. But I'm gonna say it's like, well, I'm an aggressive investor type, so, and I've been hearing a lot of really good things about this GameStop thing. So like, do you have a way that I can invest in GameStop? I really want to see their reaction, because they're gonna have their video on. I don't even have a webcam, so I do kind of want to see what that response is, especially because they get really mad at me for getting index funds. Like there's no like fee or commission on those, but they also tend to. I mean, I looked at the numbers. I know I used to work at the bank that I bank at, so I always check the reports, beforehand. I've actually done trading before, like in picking my individual ones, but I don't have the time to keep up. So a small amount that I do have in some kind of investment is just in an index fund. And I kind of know the risk I'm taking on doing that, but I definitely, like, the fees are lower compared to other Canadian banks, but they're still not, like, the overall performance of the things that they recommend, and I generally know what they're going to recommend, and it's the same conversation every time when it's a new representative. They're always like, well, you can get some better, just take a look at the performance of like X, and I'm like, okay, and then let's take a look at the performance at the regional equivalent to that one, and sure enough, it hasn't beaten the index. It's hard to beat indices. And then eventually they just kind of like realize the pitch is not working. Like what usually for them are like the big guns to make the sale have been completely neutralized, because I know what I'm talking about and I've done my homework ahead of time. And frankly, they shouldn't, if they don't want me to buy those options, they shouldn't put them in the book. So yeah, I figure I can probably get away with having a little fun. Anyways, sleep well, El Canoe. I'm sorry, you're probably gone by that. I don't need to talk about boring financial matters, but it's still kind of fun. I hope you have a good one, and thank you so much for your host and stopping by. I always appreciate it when you come in. I know I'm kind of going off the reservation a bit. Maybe I do put the Soul Catcher back on. What else am I going to get? Maybe the Dash Master. No, you know what? The Dash Master caused me more problems than solved. Cannot get past the cannon stage. Mushroom Sis, you are about to see my, my big hurdle. So, we're in this together. Trial of the Fool. Fight for Geo and the glory of being a fool. Place a mark and begin the trial. Yes. I might stop to get some tea, depending on how this first round goes. But here we go. Oops. Oh, geez. Okay. I shouldn't be getting hit that many times by these guys, but... Alright, I'm getting sloppy on my, my dodges and such, but... Okay, I need to focus a bit more. So I'm a little worried about how often I'm getting hit by the flying enemies, just because I know they're going to be a factor later on some of the parts that I haven't been able to get past. I'm trying to remember what you called these things, Valiant Cheese. Oh right, there was a thing that gave me some extra damage, wasn't there, that I was finding pretty effective. Not this, but I mean this is also kind of helpful. The figs, yes. Right, you didn't call them anything because that is in fact what they are. Oh, when do these guys learn how to aim? That's a sign of things to come. Okay, I gotta find a place to heal for a sec. Oh, this is a bad spot to be. That's the first time I've been hit by one of those. At least the first time I remember being hit by one of those. You know, I'm willing to guess if I still had tests to study. Well, I don't know, if I were to get a PhD, I guess it'd be like comps or something. But the likelihood of me getting a PhD is very, very low. But I bet if I were studying with this music on, I would be like infinitely more productive now. Oddly enough, I've actually had that experience studying. I used to put on the FTL soundtrack while studying, and as soon as the final fight song came on, I was significantly more engaged. I've apparently been trained to concentrate by subset games. So I could be in a better spot for health. But as long as I don't do anything too reckless like that. Alright, fair enough. Ooh, okay, I just threw away all those gains I made. Bring it, nerds. Sabotage. That timing was atrocious for, well, for me, it was great for them, but like, it's really inconvenient for me. Okay, he's down. Let's try and sneak in some heals before, yeah. No heals. Piece of cake. Aww. I deserve that. Okay, this is like any other fight that I've done. Let myself get a little panic there. Okay, I'm really letting this fall apart. Oh well. I got a little sloppy later on, but that was a pretty respectable run in some cases too. I'm going to take a quick minute here and look at my charms and see if there's anything else that catches my attention. I'm a little reluctant to put the fragile strength on because it says it'll break if the bearer is killed, and I'm not quite sure how I repair them. On the other hand, like, what do I have to lose? You know what? Yeah. So I'm going to take a second and prep some tea. And then we will continue on. So I'll be back in a minute. I'll start the kettle and then I'll actually make the tea later. So I highly recommend that you guys get up and take a quick stretch yourself, do what needs to be done, and we will be back. Yeah, this'll have to do. I'll be back in like less than a minute though. Eyes of Sin, are you still in the chat and able to chat by any chance? I have a question for you. Oh, that's good to hear, Mushroom Sis. As you can see, this is my my challenge. So with luck tonight, we're both gonna overcome our great challenges. Oops. That was stupid of me. If I lose this charm on the first round, I'll never forgive myself. So it looks like I knock off 2 hits on the on these guys. Two, okay. I'll try and get a couple of souls for this. Not quite full, but We'll recover the rest from the helmets. Okay, so 3 for those. So the tricky bit here is I haven't really demonstrated that I'm making the most out of this extra strength, but it will hopefully make some of the more challenging bits a little more manageable. So I'll dodge this and then heal. I'm also going to be a little more reluctant to use magic, but it's not like I've been using it a lot anyway, so... Aww. I gotta be very careful about my health for the next little bit. Okay, let's get the heal in before... I think my kettle's boiling. I'll be back in just a second. terribly sorry about that. In 5 minutes, I'm gonna need I need another break. So I have cut myself off from a potential source of souls by doing the extended damage, which I haven't quite been able to work through. So I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3 on these guys now. 2. Messed up. Okay. Oh, that's brutal. Okay, a little sloppier than it should have been, but I'm also forgetting that I move a lot slower than I normally do. No point in getting tilted. I've gotten further on less. Oh Jesus, their movement was a little tricky there. Okay. I gotta calm down. Uh-oh. Okay, that was worth it. Oh, that's a pity. I let myself down at the end there. So let's see what happens when you get a broken charm. So if I want to repair it, I'm assuming I'm going to have to go back to where I got it from. And I really don't want to make that trip. Oh, and my tea's ready. That was a fun diversion, but we're going to have to come up with something a little more robust. But I'll be back in just a second so I can get my caffeinated joy. Okay, so some lessons that we learned from that. Obviously, the ability to do more damage shortens the period of time in which you potentially can take damage. So it could be that this is just showing me another way of doing something. I mean, maybe I try the Fragile Heart. Let's see. Wayward Compass doesn't help. Gathering Swarm doesn't help. Starwort Shell builds resilience. When recovering from damage, the bearer will remain invulnerable for longer. It makes it easier to escape from dangerous situations. Soul Catcher is one that I commonly use. Shaman Stone, said to contain the knowledge of past generations of Shaman, increases the power of spells dealing more damage to foes. I would need to use more spells for that. Soul Eater, Forgotten Shaman artifact used to draw soul from still living creatures. Greatly increases the amount of soul gained from striking an enemy with a nail. Dashmaster, unfortunately, I tend to dash down too much to make that useful. Sprint Master, I'm strongly considering. Grub Song, well, actually, I've equipped already. Grub Song we've got. Steady Body keeps the bearer from recoiling backwards when they strike an enemy with a nail, allows one to stay steady and keep attacking. Heavy Blow, formed from nails of fallen warriors, increases the force of the bearer's nail, causing enemies to recoil further when hit. Quick Slash, well, I'm not totally convinced this is what I need. Fury of the Fallen might be kind of interesting, but I try to get away from that. Oh, good. Good for you, Mushroom Sis. Let us know when you get through it, okay? Even if that means you come back on another stream. If you never come to this stream again, except to tell us one day that you've beaten that challenge, I will still feel very happy about that. What is this? King's Idol. I was just messing around. It's a little break before we go back into the Colosseum. Uh-oh. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to attack them. I kind of feel like I'm the aggressor here, though. Simple key. Alright, well, I think I know what that key's for. Are we the baddies? Is that what you're saying, Valiant Cheese? For context, Rudania is a big, evil, ancient fire lizard robot that you need to enter and do puzzles inside to make it good so it can help defeat them. Oh, okay. Yeah, so far as I can tell, this Colosseum that I'm in is purely optional, but it's kind of become my white whale. Lord Fool, give me another chance. I'll prove my strength to you. Welcome back, warrior. To enter the trial, step over to the board and place your mark. From that point on, your destiny is your own. Once more with feeling. 3 other divine beasts, Nabarus, Varuta, and Medo. I've got Ruta and Medo so far, so you have one other one for the conclusion. Damn it. Ah, That's just mean. I was gonna say this doesn't bode well for the part that I gotta deal with these guys on. Why did I even try? You know what the real question is, can I do a heavy quick slash? Okay. Well, I'm okay at dodging aspids, but giant guys with swords, on the other hand, are a real challenge. I can't believe I got away with that. That was nice of him to wait. At this point, I kind of preferred the street fight to my alternatives, but it leaves me a little short-handed for this encounter. Sometimes the quick slash doesn't solve certain problems. Okay, let's see how much I can recover out of this. I have to do the trials in the dark. Maybe that's my solution to this one, turn the monitor off. Worked in Star Wars. I kind of wasted time just sitting there, but... No! I'm gonna get hit. Okay. At this point, just getting through it seems to make the most sense. Oof. It's going to be a tough one to heal up, but... I got very lucky on that, but I won't complain. I'm too late on that. Okay. Sounds like Mushroom's having a good time. Sorry, I can't. Oh, I think that's the first time I got hit by one of those. Sorry I'm not giving you a little more attention, but I got my own demons. I really blew that. As all the professional traders say, hodl. Okay. I'm gonna take a chance to heal before I go any further. Oops. I gotta get rid of this guy, yeah. Ole! So much armor. Good God. God Tamer. Oh, Jesus. I screwed up. I shouldn't have healed. Oh, well. Hey, Squiffy. Yeah, that's the first time I've made it there. That's kind of mean to give you a big fight after all of that, but I felt oddly relaxed at the start of it, and then I just started getting this little accumulation of small errors, and eventually realized I didn't have any places to heal. You've decided to give Erdina a rest for now and come back later. You like to do the Divine Beasts in short segments to make it easier to allow for preparation. All right, well, good for you. We're sticking with it. Sorry, I'm really enjoying my tea now. I'm gonna try something new. So let's try the Fragile Heart. So, and you know what? Okay, I can't do the quick slash, so I think I'm gonna opt for Soul Catcher on this one. I think it's possible we're gonna walk away with just 2 broken charms, but let's see if we can make some magic happen. Now what I'm really curious about is if I'd made it to God Tamer with the extra damage, what might have happened. Oopsies. Currently sliding down the side of a volcano in game. Just a day in the life of a Peter Pan surrogate. I always feel a little bad about the people laughing at the people who get spiked. It feels like this is by design. There's only one thing. They were set up to fail. Don't laugh at somebody you set up to fail. Well, maybe you do. I don't know what it's like to be a mean person. The only challenge with this build I find... Well, there's a few challenges I find with this build, but one big one is just finding souls. Hopefully it'll pay off in staying power when it counts. A lot of game shows they put on people who they know will fail for entertainment, which is just cruel. I guess that's true. I haven't really watched a lot of game shows. I guess, you know, now that I think of it, I mean, like, obviously a lot of what we call reality television is just a game show and a slightly different dressing. But, like, I guess I used to watch a few of those Gordon Ramsay shows, and it's very clear there's a set of contestants that are really not designed to make it to the end. Then again, also it's, you know, having a little behind the scenes knowledge, I also know that sometimes it may not be that that's known in casting, and that in fact it's more they're able to edit someone into that role. So I have no idea how much of that is sort of how much of that is constructed in casting and how much of that is constructed in the editing bay. Writing room bay, whatever. Is it an editing bay if it's a summer action blockbuster and the director's name is Michael? Oh, Jesus. Needs the lows to accentuate the highs as well as filling compilations on YouTube, yeah. Actually, one of my favorite sort of breakdowns of reality television, I think it was Charlie Brooker's Screen Wipe. I know he's done a bunch of wipes, but I'm pretty sure it was Screen Wipe where he did this, where they sort of filmed an encounter, and then they gave two entirely different narratives of the same series of events. You know, the fact of the matter is, like, this is the essence of television and movies, right? Every TV show and movie uses this technique to tell you a story. It's usually why we like that kind of entertainment. Though, obviously, I think people kind of have the problem with it when it purports to be sort of a documentary, like what a lot of reality television does. Okay, tricky but not impossible. Oh, okay, I gotta smarten up. I think I'll just dodge and heal for the first little bit. But in the case of, like, the reason why I like the Charlie Brooker sort of bit on it was that you get a chance to see how these techniques work. So in that case, like, I kind of found it educational, maybe not from a practitioner point of view, but like you're able to sort of see how the sausage is made, because generally I think that just goes to serve, you know, it helps kind of build up people's critical faculties. You know, they can decide how the stories they're being told are shaped. And so even if you don't necessarily see it in the context of reality television, okay, I gotta smarten up. Oop. I kind of had to commit to that, otherwise I just don't have the souls to be able to be careless like that. Alright, not great, but we'll get through it. Oh, Jesus, I screwed that up big time. Sorry, Link just vibing in a hot spring after teleporting out of a giant lizard robot. Oopsies. Get two. Oh, not if I do that. Okay. Now this should be about recovering the souls. Alright. I've kind of learned with this guy not to chase him. The only time you really want to chase one of these guys is if it's like doubling up with the standard wizard that has this guy that just showed up. Like they really mess me up. So, but given the fact that these folks sort of teleport away at any given moment, if I start doing the pogo on them and there we go. Given the fact that they can sort of teleport away the second I do a pogo, it's a little hard to work with. Anyways, there we go. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at chat and take 2 hits for no reason. Okay, so I don't want to try and recover the health. That was careless of me. Oh, he's gonna land here. How many hits does this guy have? I just set myself up for failure. Well, the charm was nice while it lasted. It was close. Okay, not bad. We recovered. Why am I getting enemy nearby music? You're just chilling with a bunch of bird people? Did you check the IDs of the bird people? Have they been sufficiently vetted? Are you trying to rest and getting the enemies nearby look warning? Oh, too premature. Is it possible to be too premature, or is it just premature? Oh no! What am I doing? Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Especially considering that guy's an actual mini-bot. Yeah, thank you, Squiffy. That was a pretty shameful display during the climbing bit, though. But that's fine. I never really wanted to rely on the fragile. This is why I wasn't equipping the fragile ones. Is that it's too easy to build a dependency on something like that, and I'm just not good enough to sort of see it through to the end. I'm gonna take another quick minute to see. I don't think I have any new ideas about. Yeah, we'll just go with the. I think we'll just go with the standard loadout for me. The ones I'm most different. Anyway, sorry. With the Divine Beast, there are champions, and the bird person champion, Rivali, but you call him Ravioli, is so rude and arrogant. In a memory, he taunts you about not being able to fly. Well, now you have a paraglider, and since I got the bird Divine Beast, you can take off. Screw you, Ravioli. I can fly now. That's one thing that's changed for me in this fight since the last the first time I did it. I now have wings. Oopsies. Okay, I need to stop getting clever about this and just do the work. There we go. I'm trying to get a little bit better at dodging the aspids, but it always feels like a bit of a... always feels like a roll of the dice. Like, sometimes I feel like I've got it, and then other times I just feel like an absolute fool. What am I doing? Come on. I'm at the point I really shouldn't be taking damage from those flying units. Forgot about the backswing. Okay, this is super careless. Real pain in the aspid. That's credit to, or blame to, Valiant Cheese, for those of you who will be watching this on the VOD later. That's kind of cheating when there's the spikes down there. But that was a... Anytime I kill an aspid without taking damage, I feel like it's progress. Oh, I saw it coming too. game you go to inns, and they have a normal bed and a special bed. The special ones give you a heart stamina boost, but it's more expensive. After you got the Bird Divine Beast, you decided to... Sorry, just a second. You decided to get a special bed in the Bird Inn because, damn it, you deserve it. Cheating, more like advanced strategies, yeah. One thing I do wish I was a little more reliable on is parrying the spikes. The weird thing is I'm actually better at parrying swords than I am parrying spikes. And the spikes are fixed. The swords are not. I can't explain it. I just know how I play the game. From downtown. They have a really good aim when they need to. That was careless. Ooh, I thought he would be in a different spot. What's better than one aspid? Two aspids. And a crossfire. That's just one final screw you from the aspid. Alright. Enjoy some tea. I do wish I was a little bit better at taking these needle nose guys into the spike. Like, the fact that you can whack them and change their trajectory means that they really should be spike fodder. But again, it's the difference between knowing I can do something and being able to implement it. And sometimes the certainty of a strategy you know can... Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Okay. At this point, I'll just take the street fight and bob and weave to get my health back up. I want to kind of spread the love if I can. Okay, so if I can get... There we go. That way I only have one of these ads to deal with. Oh! There we go. I do have a bad habit of getting caught by those jumps. Oh, I ran into that. If I had just let myself drop, I wouldn't have got hit. Okay, a bit of a shame I took that damage, but we should be able to get it back on the sort of the thunder phase. I gotta jump, not dodge on that. Okay, these are super careless. The longer I spend with those guys, the less health I have. That was a particularly tough window. Oh man, okay. We can do this. Ah, I hate that dodge! Sorry, Mushroom, I will read that in a second, but I think it might be that you're signing off, in which case, completely understand. But I want to try and keep some focus if I can, especially on this part. Okay, didn't want to take the extra damage, but this should be just a matter of dodging. Why? Alright, that was a bit greedy, so... Oh, it was lying right there. Alright, I think I can get two in. And then promptly give it up. Alright, I deserve that. Well, there's always a chance of that happening, I guess. Ooh. There we go. Alright, I deserve that. I definitely deserve that. I did so well on it last time. What am I thinking? Send you my Colosseum luck. I defeated Lionel, which is basically... Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I gotta focus on this too. Sorry, sending my Colosseum luck and defeat Lionel, which is basically Centaur in the Colosseum in Breath of the Wild the other day. You can do this. Oh, cool. Thanks. I'm just gonna... One, I want to attend to chat, but number two, sweet, sweet tea. Well, not sweet tea, actually. It is the defining characteristic of tea that it is decidedly not sweet, but it's hot and it's wet. I'm taking it from the left-hand side. I'm not used to doing it from the left-hand side. Oh no, I glitched! Nuts. Oh, come on. I threw that away. Just Earl Grey. I only have myself to blame on that. Whoa, 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 sorry. Oh my god. I will be back in a second. I just got very careless with my tea. English afternoon tea? I've not heard of English afternoon tea. How is it different from English breakfast? Careless tea sip by George Michael. Okay, here's a question for chat. How many of you like George Orwell, the writer? Eric Blair was his real name. No relation to Tony Blair. Okay, Skinny Man Gamer likes, you don't think you've read any Orwell? Not even Animal Farm? Animal Farm's a wonderful, but I feel like, you know, 1984 is definitely deserving of its reputation. I feel like people put a little too much emphasis on sort of the recipe for a totalitarian state as opposed to what it has to say about language, but it is really an excellent read. I think Animal Farm, though, probably because it has a bunch of animals as the main characters, is a very, very well done satire that probably lives in the shadow of 1984 a little too much. And then, I mean, everything he wrote is pretty much worth reading. I know in Canada, at least, one of the essays that we need to do is shooting an elephant. You know, he definitely had more than just those two novels, but definitely the two novels are the ones that haven't read any of his work. Brave New World is the yeah. So the funny thing too is that I think I notice in English classes they really do like to lump Brave New World and 1984 together, which I find is so much. I get it with the idea of dystopias, but I also find it a little odd because I just think the two books are very they have very different concerns. But I mean, it's all excellent reading. So. Mushrooms says, I've covered Animal Farm in English class briefly, and I think we're going to read 1984 soon, as we are covering dystopian literature. Well, that's a good one to read. So here's what I'm going to do. I was originally going to actually try and do this while doing the challenge, but I don't have my tablet in front of me. So what I'm going to do here, I don't know if you know, but George Orwell actually wrote an article on tea. Where did it go? The essay is called A Nice Cup of Tea. I think it's from 1946. Did they take it? Okay, no, here we go. This is a relatively short essay, so I'm gonna take a quick moment, and here is George Orwell writing for the Evening Standard, 12th of January 1946, just shortly. Britain's still in being rationed. And here's what he has to say. If you look up tea in the first cookery book that comes to hand, you will probably find that it is unmentioned, or at most you will find a few lines of sketchy instructions which give no ruling on several of the most important points. This is curious, not only because tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country, as well as in Erie, Australia, and New Zealand, but because the best manner of making it is the subject of violent disputes. When I look through my own recipe for the perfect cup of tea, I find no fewer than 11 outstanding points. On perhaps 2 of them, there would be pretty general agreement, but at least 4 others are acutely controversial. Here are my own 11 rules, every one which I regard as golden. First of all, one should use Indian or Ceylonese tea. China tea has its virtues, which are not to be despised nowadays. It is economical and one can drink it without milk, but there is not much stimulation in it. One does not feel wiser, braver, or more optimistic after drinking it. Anyone who has used that comforting phrase, a nice cup of tea, invariably means Indian tea. Secondly, tea should be made in small quantities, that is, in a teapot. Tea out of an urn is always tasteless, while army tea, made in a cauldron, tastes of grease and whitewash. The teapot should be made of china or earthenware. Silver or Britannia-ware teapots produce inferior tea, and enamel pots are worse. Though curiously, a pewter teapot, a rarity nowadays, is not so bad. Thirdly, the pot should be warmed beforehand. This is better done by placing it on the hob than by the usual method of swilling it out with hot water. Fourthly, the tea should be strong. For a pot holding a quart, if you are going to fill it nearly to the brim, 6 heaped teaspoons would be about right. In a time of rationing, this is not an idea that can be realized on every day of the week, but I maintain that 1 strong cup of tea is better than 20 weak ones. All true tea lovers not only like their tea strong, but like it a little stronger with each year that passes, a fact which is recognized in the extra ration issued to old age pensioners. Fifthly, the tea should be put straight into the pot, no strainers, muslin bags, or other devices to imprison the tea. In some countries, teapots are fitted with little dangling baskets under the spout to catch the stray leaves, which are supposed to be harmful. Actually, one can swallow tea leaves in considerable quantities without ill effect, and if the tea is not loosed in the pot, it never infuses properly. Sixthly, one should take the teapot to the kettle and not the other way around. The water should be actually boiling at the moment of impact, which means that one should keep it on the flame while one pours. Some people add that one should only use water that has been freshly brought to the boil, but I have never noticed that it makes any difference. Seventhly, after making the tea, one should stir it, or better give the pot a good shake, afterwards allowing the leaves to settle. Eighthly, one should drink out of a good breakfast cup. That is a cylindrical type of cup, not the flat, shallow type. The breakfast cup holds more, and with the the breakfast cup holds more, and with the other kind, one's tea is always half cold before one has well started on it. Ninthly, one should pour the cream off the milk before using it for tea. Milk that is too creamy always gives tea a sickly taste. Tenthly, one should pour the tea into the cup first. This is one of the most controversial points of all. Indeed, every family in Britain, there are probably 2 schools of thought on the subject. The milk first school can bring forward some fairly strong arguments, but I maintain that my own argument is unanswerable. That is that, by putting the tea in first and stirring as one pours, one can exactly regulate the amount of milk, whereas one is liable to put in too much milk if one does it the other way around. Lastly, tea, unless one is drinking it in the Russian style, should be drunk without sugar. I know very well that I am in the minority here, but still, how can you call yourself a true tea lover if you destroy the flavor of your tea by putting sugar in it? It would be equally reasonable to put in pepper or salt. Tea is meant to be bitter, just as beer is meant to be bitter. If you sweeten it, you are no longer tasting the tea, you are merely tasting the sugar. You can make a very similar drink by dissolving sugar in plain hot water. Some people would answer that they don't like tea in itself, and that they only drink it in order to be warmed and stimulated, and that they need the sugar to take the taste away. To those misguided people, I would say, try drinking tea without sugar for, say, a fortnight, and it is very unlikely that you will ever want to ruin your tea by sweetening it again. These are not the only controversial points to arise in connection with tea drinking, but they are sufficient to show how subtilized the whole business has become. There is also the mysterious social etiquette surrounding the teapot, why it is considered vulgar to drink out of your saucer, for instance. And much might be written about the subsidiary use of tea leaves, such as telling fortunes, predicting the arrival of visitors, feeding rabbits, healing burns, and sweeping the carpet. It is worth paying attention to such details as warming the pot and using water that is really boiling, so as to make quite sure of the wringing out of one's ration of the 20 good strong cups that 2 ounces properly handled ought to represent. And that is George Orwell on tea. I actually really liked some of your comments during that, so where were we? Mushroom, just before I started reading, said the album Danger Days by My Chemical Romance. I'm afraid to say I haven't heard it. Sort of got you into post-apocalyptic dystopias in some way. You find science of nuclear things in general very interesting. People often assume you like bombs, which you don't. You think bombs are horrible. I just like to learn about radiation and the effects of it. Yeah, I mean, I was really worried about the end of the world when I was growing up. It doesn't mean that I want to hasten the end. It just, you know, it's a preoccupation. I'm a huge fan of the film Doctor Strangelove, as I suspect you can hear. Valiant Cheese is exhausted having read or having heard that read. This tea business sounds like too much work for me. Mushroom says alternative title: George Orwell gatekeeps tea. Skinny Man Gamer, George Orwell and I see heart to heart on so many tea-related subjects. And I am from northeastern Turkey, so you know your tea. Oh, I did not know you were from Turkey. That's great, Skinny Man Gamer. I think hot chocolate is probably the only hot drink you'd actually pursue, and I don't think you've had that in maybe a decade. Oh, interesting. Isn't Australia supposed to be... It's a former colony. Of course you're supposed to like tea. Your grandmother has a tea garden. That's really cool. I can't think of any bitter drink that you enjoy. And, whoa, is milk before the tea, tea before the milk, the cereal before the milk, milk before the cereal of England? Maybe. There's actually, so for those of you that liked that, obviously I'm going to do more Hollow Knight, but this was a nice little diversion for me to sort of get back on an even keel. You also don't drink alcohol, but that's supposedly part of our national identity. You know, my granddad flew in the Australian Air Force, obviously as part of the Pacific campaign in World War II. And one of my favorite and oh-so Australian details is that they dropped beer bottles out of the plane because apparently they sound like banshees as they're flying through the sky, and so they do it to disrupt the sleep of the Japanese down below. That strikes me as a just quintessentially Aussie tactic. But unfortunately, thanks to cheese, we don't have the ammunition for that strategy. Sorry, I'm going to be neglecting chat for a minute, at least while I deal with the aspid. I wonder how much time they put into figuring out the pattern for the aspid, because they're perfect at hitting the dash vector. Oops. So yeah, so for those of you that like that detail, I actually have a story about the origin of statistics and the, like, milk before or after tea dispute. That, for real, has a fairly large role in the history of statistics. So if you would like to hear that story, I won't tell it tonight, but if you liked that diversion, I will very happily tell you about an experiment that R.A. Fisher and a bunch of Cambridge mathematicians did in response to a lady who was very insistent on the order, and it legitimately informs statistical procedures used today. Hey, Uncle Cranky, how you doing? We just finished talking about tea. So here's a question for you. Do you drink tea? And were you... I don't think you were streaming tonight, were you? Oh, what am I doing? I'm on the wrong side. Anyone putting in milk in tea before hot water is a barbarian. Alright, so you've already answered the question. You know, I always thought this was like an affect. I didn't actually think it was like... I didn't actually think people felt strongly about this, but you guys have proven me wrong. There's already strong opinions in chat. I don't drink, like, I don't have milk in my tea, so I you know... My answer is none of the above, but it's occurred to me I might be losing followers if I express strong opinion. I might have already lost them saying that I drink it without milk. You'll be pleased to know, Uncle Cranky, we haven't done anything in the game except this. This is time number 1000. I believe I said if I got this on the first try, the Eyes of Sin would go on a date with me. And in keeping with my word, seeing as I have I failed, Eyes of Sin, or sorry, I will now go on a date with Eyes of Sin 1,000 times. All right. But yeah, I figure Uncle Cranky's strong opinions on totalitarianism. So, Cranky, if you would like to hear George Orwell's opinions on tea, and assuming you weren't in the channel at that time, you can hear me read his essay from 1946 on the matter of tea making. Okay, I gotta pay attention again. Oh God, what am I doing? What is this aspid doing? Okay. Ooh. I'm getting a little too scared for my own good, but that's gonna be a hit. Oh, wow. I don't know how I dodged the Reaper there, but yeah, I forgot that the Mantis comes. Mantis is not a problem anymore. Tornon Orwell Man wrote 2 great novels on why communism, totalitarianism is hideously evil but was devoted socially. Well, I mean, I always take it as he was right on both sides. You had plenty of people who were willing to oppose fascism and then turn a blind eye to Stalin. And then you certainly had plenty of anti-communists who were maybe a little too cozy to fascist elements, and it was Orwell who was sort of had the integrity to see, to see a system that he otherwise would have been sympathetic to for what it was. It's one of the reasons I really like reading him, actually. I think there's a quote of him, actually, in terms of the idea of sort of being able to I think it was good writing, being able to sort of face unpleasant facts, or a necessary condition of good writing. Obviously, I need to read my Orwell again. So I realize chat's going to get really interesting now that political subjects are coming up, and I can't participate in any of it because I'm trying not to take too much damage in the arena. Sorry to be a coward and not talk about interesting stuff. You all should know too. One of the participants in this conversation, Valiant Cheese, made a game called Supply Chain, which is basically all about how centralized control of distribution of toilet paper really doesn't work, even if that person is the player who's like trying to do the right thing. So I don't know. He's got some pretty aggressive neoliberal views. Is it neoliberal, neoconservative? I don't know which neo is the bad one anymore. I hear he sleeps with a photo of Milton Friedman under his pillow. Sorry, I really. For those of you who hung out, Valiant Cheese does a year-end roundup of stuff that he did that year, and because I got to collaborate with him on that game, I actually made that joke at his presentation, but I don't have original material, so I gotta get the mileage out of what I got. All right, not a bad start. That decidedly sloppier. At this point, street fighting is probably the best answer. Okay. This guy's not as hard as he looks. Forever, Mushroom Sis. I believe I got to the last boss. I've not beaten this phase, so I don't actually know what I'm up against after the God Tamer. But the God Tamer definitely seems like the sort of thing that you would call a last boss. The big problem that I have with this one actually is that it really is more of an endurance fight. Oh. Okay, I need to stop wasting health. Okay, that's 3 on something I really shouldn't have had any problems with. Ooh. Oh. Bottle. Bottle. All right. This phase is nightmare fuel. All right, the threats are down. Okay. I realize this chat on so I'm sorry, during the Coliseum I'm just gonna have to trust that you guys are being respectful to each other in chat. So you're a bright bunch, so I don't think that should be a problem. Wow, I really set myself up for failure here. Ah, sabotage. I got lucky there, but oh, damn. Okay, this is gonna be hard, but not impossible. Okay, I'm just gonna try and take advantage of the pattern. Oh. It was worth the shot, but it was costly. I still up one for that. Oh, then I gave it up. Okay, net it out. Okay, I gotta try and be a little more careful. Nice. Ooh, sneaky. Again, still worth the effort. Nice. I can start using souls to do ranged attacks. I screwed up. Anyway, so it's pretty straightforward when you think about it. Let me just see if I have to ban anybody in chat after the chat. I won't read it all out, but yeah. So I'm so sorry, Mushroom Sis. Your question about this being a boss stage. So this is kind of a voluntary. Is a voluntary part of the game. It's a coliseum in which a series of fights happen, and basically that whole extended fight is a lead up to that boss fight. That's the second time I've seen that particular boss fight. So I actually spent an entire stream on that particular fight. I finally got it. So let me. By the way, thank you for using that emote. Again, it's not just nice words that I say about the Eyes of Sin. I'm genuinely happy with the emotes that she made. So. Charge the colors up a bit and you have a Fireblight cannon. Sorry, what's sub require? Oh, I think if you actually, so if you register for an account on the account, excuse me, some of the links do come through. Did I get my pet for cussing it out of the cage or something? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh God, that feels good. That was fun. Shout out to everybody who's like, you need the stronger nail to get that. But for those of you who are getting really tired of me doing this fight, it looks like we're at the end. There might have been a little celebrating. Welcome back, warrior. A true fool keeps on fighting, even when there is no more glory to be gained. Step over to a board and make your mark. Show us how foolish you truly are. Oh, so we can do this again? Well, I think I should do it all. I knew you could do it. Oh, thank you very much, Mushroom Sis. Yeah, no, I mean, Skinny Man game, you know, it's just a game, right? You're not going to have a really intense emotional reaction to it. Sorry. Oh, God, I'm so happy we got past this. Can you do all three in one run without taking damage? Well, you know, Valiant Cheese, I was going to complete the game, but tell you what, I mean, everyone, I just want you to know, because Valiant Cheese said that, we're now going to try and do that challenge And I'm not going to stream any other games, including Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan, until we complete it, okay? So his email address is... Take that, yeah. I believe that particular... I believe that particular clip has been taken away because of the DMCA shenanigans, and I am very sad about that. You getting the vibes of when you finally got the Divine Beast? Yeah, Mushroom Cyst. Sorry, Cyst. It's Mushroom Cyst. I'm pretty happy we're done with this. It's a fun challenge, and I don't want to be a hypocrite when it comes to things like hello. Is this like... Why does it disturb me? So if you're gonna put a scene where, you... didn't 3D Realms do this in a game or something, where like you could go to a certain part of a map and like you'd find a woman bathing? It's like, if you're gonna do a bathing scene, this is the right way to do it. Yeah, I did say Mushroom Cyst. I felt very bad about it, Valiant G. I meant Mushroom Cyst. Tasteful armor, yeah. Alternative body types. This is the wokest of the stumbling in on the bath scenes that I've ever seen. But I don't need to intervene on any of the socialist talk, right? Everybody's cool with each other, even if there are disagreements. But Hollow is everything that Duke Nukem should have been. I didn't get to. It didn't seem to me that anybody was too ruffled. But and I when I say I trust you guys to handle it, like I mean it. Like I didn't think there would be an issue, but I was sort of neglectful. And oddly enough, when I say I'm not looking at chat, is the time when I actually pull it off. So I'm not going to blame chat, but I'm going to blame you, chat. This is short for system because we're a DID system. Yeah, we were actually talking Mushroom Sys we were talking about all the different ways that system chalk can be turned into other terms for the stream. So, if you're a subscriber or if you're on the Discord, you remember the system flock. If I add channel currency, I would make sure it's system stock. When I got my phone, the battery's not really alive enough now, but I would used to go on these, I used to kind of walk around and do Periscope. So these Periscope system walks. Obviously, when I go and rant about George Orwell and T, that's system talk. Parents were gifted to you by the system stork. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but I'll take it. Knock on the door, it's a system knock. That's a good one too. Okay, this is actually a really great place to end the stream, and I am already at I'm at 4:20, so apparently this is the time when one says, YOLO blaze it. But I'm gonna see if I can find whoever repairs charm. I'm trying to remember who it is. Maybe Forgotten Crossroads? Make sure the people don't system stock. Oh yeah, Squiffy's got a good one. That was, I think Valiant Cheese gave us that one too. Or was it? Yeah. Valiant Cheese did a... Actually, Valiant Cheese was really clever the way that he presented it. He said, hey, system, what time is it? And Squiffy's got the answer. We checked the system clock. System knock was also, I've decided that the the Breaking Bad adaptation of this stream in which I become a top tier criminal kingpin off the back of my clear talents as a broadcaster. Oh, that's a good one, Cheese. When you hesitate, you system Bach. I was thinking of how I could work in Bach when I was doing the little experiment for myself, or the little game in the background, and I couldn't figure something to work, but you found the code. I actually feel a little bad. I used to have this great little monologue full of all the system rhymes. I should get that. Making noodles in a system wok. Oh, well done, Mushroom Sis. Harvest your system corns in the system from the system stock. I think we also had system stock from being followed. Oh.
Go namane churro.
Again we meet, my short friend. Here at last I feel at peace. Twice I've seen this world, and through my service may have stripped the first experience. And though my service may have stripped the first experience from me, I'm thankful I could witness its beauty again. Hallownest is a vast and wondrous thing, but with as many wonders as it holds, I've seen none quite so intriguing as you. My flattery returns only silent stoicism. I like that. I like that very much. Incredible. To live in an age yet remember so little. Perhaps I should be thankful? Yeah, so turnip price in the system stock market. I always figured system stock. So when I say system stock as a channel currency, clearly I'm sort of just relying on the fact that stocks are semi-liquid. Obviously nobody goes and buys. Although the fact that Twitch has now introduced sort of the channel point. Oh yeah, actually, can you rename channel points? That would be great if I could, because in that case you can sort of say you're investing in the stream. Obviously, nobody goes and buys GameStop. Can we do system stop? Oh, that'd be good. I'll check it out. I know. Actually, here's a question. So, I know managing stream stuff is my responsibility. It's kind of like asking people, what game should I play? Traffic light, system stop. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know you can change the stuff that you can redeem points for, and I do know that people have been saying that they've been building up a lot of channel points. I'm kind of curious what people would like to use their points for. I do like the fact that there's an option now that people can use Eyes of Sin's emotes. You just checked Critical Stream. Okay, cool, thank you. But yeah, I'll admit, I've not really put a lot of thought in terms of what people would want to use for it. And I feel like I should, I just like to hoard my point. Yeah, I do too. Although, actually, for those of you that, again, big thank you for the 10 subs. Those of you who are subscribed to the channel will be earning your channel points at a higher rate. So for those of you who have either, for whatever reason, don't want to continue that subscription, you will be able to amass just by watching, you'll amass points at a higher rate, and so you will be able to use that towards the emotes if you want to keep using it. Very close to 50,000. You need to save responsibly. Well, what you got to do is you got to wait till the system stock is at about 400, and you put all of your money into it, and you hold it no matter what. Even if the guy is under investigation for securities fraud, although I think honestly that's a lawsuit rather than something that the SEC is doing, so that's probably I'm sort of I'm overstating the case here, but oh yeah, no, it's not a big deal at all. Mushroom Sis, so somebody earlier gifted 10 subs to the channel, and I think so. My view on it is that having concurrent viewers helps me for sure. And I'm very grateful to have people here, and particularly people to be able to chat with as well. And being able to, having a means through which people are able to use the emotes without there necessarily being a financial component to it, makes me quite happy, because I don't just say the nice things about the Eyes of Sin to get a mental rest while I freestyle some compliments. I'm really happy with the work that she did on them. And so it makes me quite happy to see those emotes being used. And actually Starbright Knight really gave a really nice comment. She apparently plays marbles on stream, and the Machiavelli one, System Smart, this one here, is the one that she's kind of turned into her, like when she does a good play, that's now what she does. What I also particularly like is with System the sunglasses work really well with it. Oops. Actually, sorry, I realize this is a little indulgent, but let's see what the other ones look like with sunglasses. So if we could switch the sunglasses in the other direction, Aristotle would actually look pretty good on that. I love the way that the Epicurus emote, System 1 HMM, looks with the sunglasses. Oh man, the sad one. The sad one has a totally different characteristic with the sunglasses. That's crazy. That's David, for those of you that don't recognize the sculpture. Yeah, and Squiffy actually did the one that I love the most. So for those of you that know that Machiavelli statue, you can see it a little bit. But he does have his hand on his chin in like the thoughtful pose, pretty much the same one that Steve Jobs is striking on the cover of Walter Isaacson's biography of him. So having the thoughtful hand gesture on the Machiavelli one in particular is always that's another fun one for me. Let's see if there's anything else I can do with System. So yeah, I mean, System with the thoughtful look is also kind of fun. I get to do these for free, by the way. I have quite literally an infinite number of channel points. Oh man, I really hope this works. I'm gonna be so happy if this does. Nuts. There's one where you can replace the eyes with hearts, and Aristotle's eyes are just a little misplaced for it, because that big smile on his face would have worked perfectly for them. Fun fact, the statue of David has big hands and a big head because he was made to be looked up at, and so the perspective would be different. That's a really neat detail, Mushroom says. I got to see a Rodin exhibit in Vancouver, so I know a little bit about the Thinker and the project that Rodin wanted to do So the Thinker was supposed to be Dante at the top of the gates of hell, which was the sort of masterwork project, but it was never completed, and so Rodin wound up making a bunch of sculptures based off of the ideas that would have gone into the gates of hell. But I actually don't know that much about Michelangelo. Grayscale, yeah, the grayscale is perhaps a little less exciting on my emotes. All right, all tragedy erased. I see only wonders. Sorry about that. Again, we're kind of at the end, so I feel a little safer to. We were talking about fishing earlier. That's really neat, Mushroom Sis. So where did you learn all of this? Is this just a kind of an interest that you have, or do you have like a specialty that you're studying for? I'm mostly just interested on my own, but we did a stream of a game called Occupy White Walls, which is very art focused, and it was really fun to be able to talk with all of the people about their art interests and their kind of their own knowledge, because I'm a little bit better. I really do like kind of art from the north. So the Dutch masters. If you have a background in before I was an economist, I worked in the film industry. I was a camera assistant. So if you're serious about camera, you pretty much always you love the Dutch masters because of their work of light with light. Other Italians with Caravaggio. It's another kind of group with their uses of light. And I've noticed over time, I really do like a lot of art from. I've kind of moved from the Italians a little bit more towards the Dutch and sort of around that area. So people like Peter Bruegel the Elder, I've kind of grown to have a greater appreciation of. But even then, that's a very narrow set of understanding this very narrow understanding that I have of a very vast subject. So I'm always really interested when people have. The Azasin is wonderful for this, by the way. She knows stuff that I didn't even know to look for, and it's all great. But Caravaggio is your favorite band? I didn't know that there was a band. And accumulated knowledge from watching YouTube. Oh, that's neat. You retain general knowledge well, but not things that will get you through school. Yeah, I was like that. I particularly enjoy art galleries and learning about art, so you retain a lot of art knowledge as well. You might want to check out Occupy White Walls. It's a free-to-play game. So I don't know if there's a band. I just wanted to pretend that you're marginally more ignorant than I am. So the problem is I play that character on stream, and everyone takes me seriously. My favorite actually was on Johnny Big Time's stream. Oh. No, this isn't quite as peaceful as it seemed. So Johnny Big Time was doing. Oh, hello. Ah, what a calm place. It's action I want. Vicious and deadly battle. The serenity is a bore. So peaceful, so dull. That place calls to me. Somewhere beyond this lake, perhaps? It's really good. I mean, the soundtrack for this is really well done, but there is something to be said for both music and sound design. The power of silence at just the right moments will, it is worth so much. Right, we've not got the blood. That's a different vendor that I need to go to. So let's try. See, I always thought this was the bank. No, it is. That's a Geo. I was thinking just near Fog Canyon. I always screw up this vendor. Maybe it is the, maybe it is on the Blue Lake. Alright, let's head back. But yeah, anyways, what was I gonna try and say? So, he was playing Demon Souls. This is before the PS5 remake came out. And, you know, I do, like, again, I don't really have a lot of original jokes. So, this was one of the first times, though, that I did the, this is an X clone, the developers should sue these guys. So, like I said, it's like, oh, man, Demon Souls? Like, this is such an obvious Dark Souls clone. From Software should sue these guys. And there's a guy in chat. Like, so the reason why this bit works is that people cannot get over correcting people on the internet. Like, they will show their whole ass on the internet if they think there is even the slightest chance of being able to show someone they're wrong. It's like, it is insane how easily people can it's insane how easily people get roped in by that. So, you know, on that one, I'm just like, you know, so as soon as, you know, as soon as the guy's like, you idiot, you know, this is the same developer, and I'm like, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, they're obviously different games. That's why I'm saying they should sue them. Like, getting aggressively stupid about it. And sure enough, he just keeps, like, you know, like, the thing I do try to do so that I'm not a bully about it is that I try to go increasingly silly in the arguments that I make for why it's, you know, it's an obvious, like, ripoff. And, like, inevitably it just keeps I think it's like there's the character patches, which, if you know, like, if Uncle Cranky's still around, he's forgotten more about Dark Souls than I'll ever know. So, like, the character patches is someone that's common to the games, and I'm like, see, it's obvious, they even stole patches. And there used to be a clip of it, and Johnny's just looking at it, and he's shaking his head, and he's like, how do you guys not see this? And the guy just doubled down, like, got to being really rude in chat. And again, I just kept doubling down on the point, because at least for me, I found it really amusing, and Johnny and I had a good laugh after the fact, but yeah, the problem is that, like, anytime I play that character in a chat, like, there's always someone who's going to take it seriously. XCOM, same thing. People mention my name, they're like, System Shock, or like, what did you think of the game System Shock? And I'm like, System Shock, is that some kind of BioShock clone? And yeah, same deal. There are people out there who are seriously keen to see Games Workshop get taken to court for ripping off StarCraft and Warcraft a while back. Yeah. You think that's bad? I read this thing called The Lord of the Rings. Like, I don't know, like, I'm guessing it's just because developers are cool, and, like, they didn't want to, you know, they don't want to stifle creativity. But, like, it's, like, I've never seen a more obvious Dungeons & Dragons ripoff in my life. Might make some toast in a toast and butter kind of mood. Everyone goes through phases where toast and butter is the best thing on the planet, the peak of cuisine. I mean, it's easy to make. I actually don't have a toaster right now, though, so I guess it's not so easy for me to make. When I was in Australia, so my granddad had an old house, like, to the point where not every room had electricity. So I used to make toast in, like, one of those old, like, you know, one of those old ovens where, like, it would also be the thing that would heat the house. So, like, stick the toast on the this spike and just put it in. Ah, Wielder, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. Ah, your dream nail holds over 200 essence. You're proving your talent in its collection. Have you seen that great door just outside? My tribe closed it long ago and forbade its opening. But as far as I can tell, I'm the only member of my tribe still breathing. That means I needn't feel bad about breaking a taboo. As proof of my belief in you, I'll open the door. Oh. That wasn't quite what I was planning on doing, but there, the door is open, and you can enter the glade beyond it. Listen closely in there, and you may hear the utterings of bugs long gone. Oh, Jesus, I'm getting more. So you've collected 300 essence. Yes, I can see the dreams of this old kingdom are starting to cling to you. Very encouraging. You've certainly made my dreary work here more exciting. Being the caretaker of this place hasn't been very stimulating. I shouldn't complain, though. Tending these graves and guiding the wielder, all penitence for old crimes. Certain things have to be kept in balance. Take this trinket for your efforts and return with 500 essence. Keep up your tireless work. So we've got a pale ore. Ah, 500 essence. You're a master in the making. Well done. Well done. I have a small reward for you. Plucked from one of the my most precious memories, this charm will bring you and the dream nail closer together still. The secrets of this kingdom won't be able to hide from you any longer. Take it and return once you've collected 700 essence. More gifts await you. So you already have 700 essence. I wonder whether the dreamers are watching you as you work, or even that old king. That lock of theirs, desperate but very clever. I wonder how long they thought it could hold. I hold no disdain for them, though. As history goes on, I grow numb to its repetitions. Take your gift and continue collecting essence. Once you have 900, come back and visit me. We're gonna be here for a while, I think. Oh, that's welcome. So we got another... Yep. The dream nail now holds 900 essence within its core. Are you surprised that this old kingdom has so many hidden dreams? Yes, you're starting to see them. The connections between us and the dreams we leave behind, like prints in the dust. The time has come for you to learn how to revisit the places connected to you. Hold the dream nail tight, wielder, and imagine a great gate opening before you. Master the dream gate. Hold D, hold down while using the dream nail to set a dream gate. Hold up while using the nail to travel the dream gate. Gonna have to try that one. The dream nail glows bright. It holds over 1200 essence. Looking into it, I can see so many memories peering back at me, so many asking to be remembered. None of us can live forever, and so we ask those who survive to remember us. Hold something in your mind and it lives on with you, but forget it and you seal it away forever. That is the only death that matters. So they say. Enough of that, though. Take this relic and come back to me with 1500 essence. Go! Yes, I thought so. More than 1500 essence. The dream nail is close, so close to fully awakening. Continue on your path, wielder. I know not what guides you, nor what will it is that drives you forward. Once you've collected 1800 essence, though, I will be here waiting. Take this gift. May it grant you strength and help you collect the essence of this world.
Stronger still.
Incredible! The dream nail. It is so close to fully awakening. Collect more essence. Once you have 1800 essence, something truly marvelous will happen. This kingdom is full of old memories, both beautiful and grotesque. Seek them out, reveal them, and gather essence. Alright, so not quite what I was planning on doing. This is tricky. I am going to go behind the door. I did kind of want to wrap it up, but... Spirit's Glade. The bugs within this glade are under my watch. Treat them with respect and you may remain. Raise your nail and you'll contend with me. Okay, I am going to go back. I'm going to come back at another time then. It's a room full of Patreon backers. Okay, no, in that case. If there's people excited in the... You could pay to have a character named after you. Okay, let's see. So I'm hoping to just learn more about this person. Does this? Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I wanted to learn more. I didn't want to attack. All right. Buy my cookies. They're ever so tasty. Buy my cookies. Once I've sold them all, I can go home. Well, technically, it was the other bugs in the... I thought it just wasn't her. Beware your own mind, little one. Twisted minds breed dark deeds, and mine was more twisted than most. I thought it would be my end, but instead I found this glade, and with it a sort of peace. Do you think dark thoughts, little one? When hidden behind a visage as impassive as your own, I find it hard to tell. I used to help others. They are brought to me sick and dying. What difference did it make? Any victory against death will always be temporary. Any victory against death will always be temporary. What a gloomy thought. Don't fear, little creature. Though a violent rage once possessed me, the peaceful air of this place seems to keep it at bay. My appearance should not cause you worry. Here I am, truly at peace. Yeah, I've kind of learned to just, like, I always just wait for the repetition. It doesn't really hurt to just have to skip over dialogue again. But. Are you a warrior, little one? A true warrior is one who can stand strong in the midst of a storm. Stand strong, little warrior. I was once obsessed with power through my time within this glade. I was once obsessed with power, though my time within this glade has shed me of such desire. What folly it was to ever crave such a vicious thing. Seeking power is a hollow goal. Best to search for other things. Like 75 concurrent viewers over multiple streams so you can get partner and finally join the Pantheons. We're always left with reminders of the errors we've made. Let your mistakes not burden you, but serve as guideposts on where not to travel. These husks around my neck? They're my precious friends, always there to keep me company, and much better for conversation than the rest of the odd lot around here. Do you like my nails, little wanderer? I carry only 3. Far less than the legends may suggest. What do the legends suggest that you carry, 100-nail warrior? A toast triforce? Still, each sharper than the last, and I'd require only 1 to cut you down. Are my nails the most wonderful things? Their gleaming blades so sharp and deadly. Are you drinking my fabulous... are you admiring my fabulous markings? I'm of a distinguished species, you see, though I've not seen another like me for the longest time. You don't seem to bear the markings of rank, though you bear no markings of a lower form. What are you? Do tell me. Are you a higher being, or just another lowly grub? Are you enjoying your time in our glade? I'd offer advice, though to have made it here, you're obviously quite adept at navigating our world and its perils. very impressive for such a small thing. I'm something of a warrior myself, though even I'd hesitate to raise my nail against you. Well, you seem to have a decent defender, so... I've been broadcasting for almost 5 hours. I gotta be allowed a couple of flubs. Willem Dafoe actually does a very good job as Christ in The Last Temptation of Christ. It is a very good movie. Okay, actually, so I was going to sit on this because this is something I've been really wanting to work on for a while. But I've been thinking about how clerics are portrayed in games. I might have even gone on this rant before. And the thing is that cleric kind of feels like a set of... cleric feels like it's kind of like playing a wizard, except you have like a different school of magic, and your DM will like get mad at you if you don't behave appropriately religiously. Like, the thing that's kind of funny is that clerics tend to behave very differently from what we would normally expect, and to a certain extent you can see why, because if you're making a game you need to create a set of rules for magic. But I think one of the things that's so interesting about how we associate with the religious experience, which is what you'd think a cleric would be, is some of the uncertainty that comes from a relationship with the divine. So here you have... I mean, obviously the gods in a lot of fantasy role-playing games are like the Greek gods. People can petition them and they will physically show up and alter the outcome. If you... The Iliad's a great example of this. You actually have Ares showing up and kicking ass and getting wounded and being a bit of a baby about it, too. And, that's fine. Like, D&D requires no introduction. This is very clearly a successful way of doing things. But I do think that there's a lot of religious experience that's also very interesting, is made for very good stories. So for those of you that like super arty films, highly recommend Ingmar Bergman's Winterlight, which is one of my favorite movies ever. And it's entirely about God's silence. And there's actually a TV series that goes into that territory rather well. But it's very clear that the character can... I can't say the TV series now because who the character is a little bit of a spoiler. But it deals entirely with that ambiguity, that you as the viewer know that this person is capable of performing miracles. But there's a lot of uncertainty both with people, and there is definitely a can they or can't they element to the show. And even they're not that sure. In some case. Well, actually, no. Maybe I shouldn't talk about that on certain cases. I think they are fairly clear on what they can do. But I've always thought that there would be something really interesting in a series of mechanics that deals with the fact that clerics are essentially petitioning the divine that have their own feelings about how things should turn out. And that however special and faithful your relationship is, it is ultimately going to be at the whim of the deity that you're petitioning. And specifically to deal with that degree of uncertainty. One, it makes clerics more than just mages with a slightly different set of spells, but it also, I think, allows for more interesting storytelling. And I'd be really interested in seeing games that sort of tackle that experience. The reason I bring it up in the context of Last Temptation of Christ is that Last Temptation of Christ is one of the few... movies of that kind of time period that sort of deals with the fact that miracles are kind of an everyday experience. Around the time of Jesus, there were multiple people claiming to be messiahs. So the Monty Python movie, right? You've got John Cleese's character. It's like, I know the Messiah when I see one. I've followed several myself. That's a funny line, but that's actually a reasonably good description of, of the state of that region at that time. And it's obviously just this is one of the things I liked about studying classics, is that it's a chance to take a look at the world that is so very different from what you are and what people take for granted is different from your common experience, and just trying to sort of parse that out and seeing how people think. But I don't know, like I feel like there's material in there. It's hard to do as a system because it's going to be really frustrating if you want to perform a certain power and it doesn't work. And yet I feel like there's material available there. You'll show up and get your wife, daughter, sister, mother, etc. pregnant. Yeah, it's a shame Uncle Cranky's not around. He's got some thoughts about Zeus. Toast mission's complete. Congratulations, Mushroom Cyst. You'll see a lot of that in Really Narrative D&D podcast, Matt Mercer and the like. Okay, yeah, this is the other thing too, is that I've not, I don't really follow a lot of role playing. But this is the thing too. I'm assuming in a lot of good role-playing sessions, where you have a good DM and you have players that are kind of committed to a certain type of experience. I'm assuming even existing rule sets are perfectly adequate to it. You just sort of you adapt to things that you like. Like Mage the Ascension from White Wolf is not a bad example. That seemed to have a really interesting magic system, which seemed to be about sort of principles. Like I'm not speaking from experience here, but it seems to be that there were no dedicated spells and that it was a little bit more that you had power over certain spheres, and you would make something of a reasonable claim. I mean, there are rules for it, but like I think part of it is just the group has kind of their idea of what is permissible side of it. I think I might actually have one of the rule books hanging around now that I think of it. Somebody gave me a bunch of their old World of Darkness stuff, so power over certain spheres like a footballer. Oh, you mean soccer? All the people leave. All right, don't fear my rotting form. Though this body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. Though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. Magnus! Strong. All of life's problems can be solved with crushing force, such a simple mantra and one I've always lived by. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd suggest you follow my example. Well, where did it get you, my friend? Remember, Tiny Bug, crush your fears, crush your problems, crush your foes. Skiffy says, I'm listening to one called Just Roll With It, which is pretty RP heavy. One of the characters is a warlock, and there's some pretty interesting interactions between the guy and their deity. Oh, interesting. Okay. Mushroom says, toast consumed, warmth plus 10, hunger minus 5, strength. And Value Cheese, I was going to say soccer. We say soccer here and use football to refer to all of those non-spherical ball sports, but I wasn't sure about the audience. I do that all the time, Mushroom. I kind of assumed that there was going to be another part to that, but I read what was in front of me. Yeah, Value. I mean, I call it soccer because I'm in North America. I just happen to know. I have a couple of people who feel very strongly about what you call that sport, and you know that I am reflexively awful. Don't judge me by my appearance. Though my stature is small, I bear a dark soul and a tendency to go berserk in battle. You wouldn't have the guts to face me anyway. Hark, fellow adventurer, are you heading out into the world? I'd join you, but it's been so long, I fear I'd lose my head. Eh. I'm envious of you facing this world without fear. I could stand to learn from your approach. So, what do you think, guys? Charles the First or Louis? Watch out! I have an acidic touch, and I wouldn't want you getting burned. It's a protection system of my kind, though something of a nuisance when it comes to meeting others. I love that idea. Don't get too close. I'd not wish to cause you any harm. I'll see you soon, she said, though that was long ago. I wonder where she went. Go bother someone else. You're not the one I'm waiting for. Yeah. To be continued in Silksong. Ah, Wanderer. I've been many places and done a great many things, but I suspect you will outdo me by far. I've long ceased traveling the caverns of Hallownest, and I suspect they're now far more dangerous than in my journeys. Though with your capable heir, I'm sure you'll do fine. Good luck. It's a vast world out there. I find it strange to see a moth wielding a weapon. We are a passive species, though I am not the only one amongst us to take up arms. Another braved the edges of this world, hoping to uncover a truth long forgotten. I wonder what became of him. I think we might have met the character? I came from far away to reach this place. Though my shell may seem foreign, beneath it I am a bug, the same as you. You too are a warrior? I see your nail, but your shell seems underdeveloped. In your current state, to travel a land as dangerous as this seems unwise. Oh, no, still more Aha! You know, at this point, I think I should just head down and recover them. Accidentally hurt a moth while trimming your lawn recently? You felt very bad about it. It's funny, I used to be very quick to, like, get rid of quote-unquote pests, including things like moths, and, I wonder if this is where I need to use the dream ability. Messed it up. But yeah, no, I depending on the severity, I'll sometimes take it outside. But I remember I used to be quite arachnophobic, and now I don't touch them. Actually, I'll admit, sometimes there is a particular form that's, you know, gives me pause. But even then, like, I kind of I get over it and just kind of live and let live, which I'll admit I kind of like, because there is something to me about being the sort of person that just, like, automatically kills anything that annoys them. That doesn't strike me as the best. Maybe I've just become a big old softie, because, like, in video games I just murder the hell out of people. But I don't know, just something about real life stuff. I don't know, just doesn't strike me as the kind of personality I want to have. Sacred memories, honored souls. All right, I'm glad I got to check out this play. I'm sure I would have checked it out on a future stream, but I'm glad that I did this here. I am debating as to whether or not I really want to continue my pursuit of the Charm Trader. Maybe it was in the City of Tears. I think it's worth reflecting on that. Who you want to be? What sort of actions do you want to define your? Yeah, well, that's the big one for me. Like, I'm like anyone else. Like, I'm gonna have intemperate moments, and I'm going to, I'm probably going to do things that, in reflection, I wouldn't have wanted to. But there is some value in reflecting. If you make a mistake, being able to correct it, being able to either apologize or being able to admit it is a good trait. But also just being able to take a moment and sort of decide what you're about. Might also be, I will admit, part of my, I'm sure this is responsible for my gaps and like knowing stuff as well. But when my music player broke when I was in Vancouver, but before I'd sort of really established myself in any kind of a career, out of sheer desperation, I picked up a library card. No, I'm gonna give myself a chance to get surprised on a future broadcast. I'll go check out Merchants, but I won't open new doors. Otherwise, we're never gonna finish. Super happy to discover you can do pacifist runs in Everspace. Oh, I bet you can't do them in Everspace too, which I fully intend to come back to, by the way. I had a great time with it, but those Brace Yourself people keep making very good video games, so... And they keep releasing patches for them. What was I going to say? But yeah, so... And one of the first things that I picked up was philosophy. Because it was something that I was sort of interested in, but I'd never really spent that much time reading. Like, I read Machiavelli, I thought that was pretty interesting. But as a whole, I was largely unfamiliar. And so I probably have read like more original works of philosophy than pretty much any other subject. Despite the fact that my realm of expertise, I'm pretty sure this is just a nail forge. I mean, it gives me a chance to get the souls at least, but... Oh, you've returned. I see you have some pale ore, a rare fine metal that. Give me the ore and some geo for my efforts, and I'll reforge your nail to make it stronger. Oh, cool. Give 2 pale ore and geo to strengthen nail? Sure. I wasn't expecting that. As you wish. I'll get to work then. Hammer time.
Garadel Akari.
Here we are, the reforging is complete. I modified the nail to spiral form. A very tricky task it was. You'll find it stronger than ever before. Off you go now. Cut your way forward. This would have probably have been helpful before I beat the 3rd level of the Colosseum. But yeah, so the funny thing is that while my, I don't have like I think I took all of like 2 philosophy courses in school, but, I read so much of it. Although I think it's also fair to say that philosophy is probably uniquely positioned among academic subjects in the sense that, like, in order to do thinking things through and such, the great names, Kant or Nietzsche or Plato or Aristotle, like, you get to see them do it, and engaging with those thoughts tends to be how you do it. Whereas if you want to do economics, there's some really interesting ideas in Adam Smith or David Ricardo, Malthus. And Malthus is more than just the the dismal science guy. He was a serious thinker, and the funny thing is that his model for growth was actually one that held very well up to the Industrial Revolution. Really, he was just writing at the wrong time because the world was about to change, and then growth would no longer really be tied to the things that he was talking about. But these things are interesting to read on their own. And there's probably some more contemporary names that there's probably some value in still reading. So people like Ken Arrow, Paul Samuelson. But obviously, if you want to learn economics, you'll pick up a textbook and you'll read that. And the benefit of the person who's written the textbook is maybe not necessarily that they are a great economic practitioner, although Samuelson's textbook was both very good and he was an excellent practitioner. The idea is that they're able to communicate the ideas in a specialist way. Same thing with physics textbooks, I'm assuming. Isaac Newton was a very good physicist, but I'm not entirely sure, he would be the Physics 101 textbook. Anyways, oddly enough, I have a weird over-reading of a lot of sort of primary works of philosophy, whereas a lot of other disciplines I just tend to have sort of the secondary stuff. Either, introductory courses or like another great example, computer science. How many computer science students read Alan Turing, right? Or Alonzo Church? Probably nobody.
Vendasu.
You're still here. Is there something else you want? If you bring me 3 pieces of pale ore, I can forge it into your nail and make it stronger still. All right, then. I did pass over another vendor on my way, though. I don't know how I missed that, actually. Ooh, wow, I got a real knack for landing on enemies. You think your favorite method of learning is finding information yourself and then doing tasks or worksheets related to that thing? That's definitely a good way to handle it. I was talking earlier about Valiant Cheese let me come along on a game idea that he had called Supply Chain. If you have to play one or the other, I'd probably say Hive Time is the headliner for Valiant Cheese's oeuvre, but he's supply chain has its charm for sure. But I was talking a little bit earlier about how him bringing me along gave me a much better appreciation of what goes into the creation of a game. And being able to solve sort of the individual problems and work through. Wait, this guy's just going to want to take my...
Velmi Artred.
Yeah, I'm not ready to... I don't exactly want to be stacking up my valuables. I guess we try the Forgotten Crossroads next. But yeah, having that experience and being able to sort of see, then I'll admit, this is something that I still occasionally struggle with in something like Unity. There's a lot of very basic functions that you take for granted in any given game. So if you're making a card game, let's say, the idea of click on this card and have it do something. So let's say, I don't know, it's a creature versus a creature, so you want the creature to attack the creature. Well, how do you know to talk to the other card? You have to have an interaction for interpreting when you've got a card selected. You need to make sure that the card is correct. There are some principles in programming that, say, ideally you don't want there to be too many dependencies, otherwise it becomes hard to maintain and manage. And obviously, if you're making a card game, you're going to want to be able to, like, in a board game or like a physical game, you can sort of get away with a little bit of ambiguity because the players are going to resolve it between themselves, but you can't do that in the video game. And so the funny thing is that I know I'm taking on a whole set of problems that other people have solved, and I take for granted every single time I play a video game. But if I sit down in a tool, all of a sudden I'm confronted with those problems directly, and I need to come up with answers for them. So what you're describing, Mushrooms, it's like for econometrics, I was lucky in that most of my professors sort of wanted me to do work for them, and often a lot of it was applied work. So I just got thrown in right off the bat. And again, that was worth 100 textbooks for sure. Like, once you know the basics, really doing applied work is the best way to learn that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's, in my case at least, maybe it's the way I'm wired, but I think that's a really solid way to learn things. Well, no, I actually, in fairness, I was paid as a research assistant for all those jobs. The usual thing is, if you're at least in my grad program, part of your tuition was covered by like you're being paid to work at the school, and like the default would usually be, I mean, depending on the size of your program, there may not be enough spots for everyone, but for me, like, there wasn't a question. And the deal is that at the basic role is to be a TA, which I think is a shame because I actually think you learn a lot teaching. And sort of the profs, by some arcane rules of seniority or whatever, will pick the elect. It's a big prestige thing if you're an RA. But eventually I had to. I'm gonna sound full of myself, but yeah, I'm happy that I was in demand. But yeah, it did get to a point where I had to respectfully request that I have at least one class to TA, because I would like to get that experience. And my profs were very accommodating in that regard. I was actually the first prof I had at that university doing intro to microeconomics, basically at Econ 101 at most schools. Let me do that. It also helped that particular prof didn't really have a research portfolio at the time. So as it happens, through that I got to meet some excellent students. And one of them, they actually started with the question of, like, they knew that I sort of knew a bit about computer science, that I had TA'd that. So this is the weird thing. I'd actually TA'd sort of beginner and intermediate computer science, and then the intro to the data structures and algorithms course, like the one where you learn discrete mathematics. I actually TA'd all of that before I ever TA'd an econ course, and my only major ever has been econ. So I'm not quite sure how that happened, but it did. And they asked me, maybe not so much as what do I do with my life, but definitely like how do I pick. They ultimately went for comp sci, and they are doing amazing work. They're really nice, and they actually still keep in touch every once in a while. And I am incredibly envious of the stuff that they're doing. So yeah, it's like, for me, like, there's, whatever you TA, there's always going to be like especially in econ, there's always going to be that like business major who's like shows up to you first day of office hours, and they ask you, like, what do I need to do to get an A in this course? And I'm like, the same thing you need to do to get an A in every course. Like, study, ask questions, show up to office hours. I like to think, or not office hours, show up to like tutorials. I thought like to think I was reasonably cool about the tutorial thing where, you know, I took attendance so that there was a sheet of paper and people would feel there was some incentive to staying. It did not change anyone's grade. The only thing that I would do is that if I didn't see someone in the classes, and then they show up to my office hours the day before the exam, I would stay the extra time to to help them, but they were at the back of the line. Because if you're gonna spend the time asking me questions you could have asked in class time, then it's just disrespecting all the other students who who actually showed up. But I also have no interest in making somebody who's not not going to engage with the material. Like, what am I proving by having them in the area? If anything, they're just going to open up their laptop and be a distraction to everybody else. So that was really the only... I screwed up, didn't I? I'm sure I have a better way of that. Thinking about a career in robotics engineering, so probably going to study design, tech, computing, and the sciences, mainly physics. That's really cool. There's actually I really like this series. I think it's a Hulu series. It's called Devs. And I sometimes think Alex Garland is maybe a little too unfair to the tech world. Not that the tech world needs defenders. There's enough enough people who are gonna take a bullet for any number of the tech gods. But I thought Devs was really interesting because one of the underlying ideas of it are that you have these people who are capable of doing like borderline magic with technology, but are so specialized that they have neither the appreciation or context for their creations and the problems that come out of that. There's a great little line where one of the older characters looks at sort of the CEO, asks him what poet he was quoting, and just looks incredibly pained and says, Forrest, I don't mind that you don't know. What I mind is that you can't even guess. And I thought that was, honestly, if I was gonna get on on the train of criticizing tech, I think that would probably be where I fall on that. I think there is value in being able to kind of understand what's come before. I sometimes realize, I feel it, right? When you've got exams to pass, I want to spend some time with my econometrics textbooks. I don't want to spend some time reading other disciplines, reading the news even. But all my best paper ideas came from reading something that wasn't an econ textbook. Oh, hey, Akalo. Sorry, I'm busy monologuing here. I'm kind of in the extra hours. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your stream, but thank you very much for the host, and hello everybody from the channel. I have to assume from the emotes here that you are playing and enjoying Hollow Knight. This is actually my first time playing the game, and we have spent an inordinate amount of time in the Colosseum of Fools, which we completed. And I'm actually spending some time searching around for a way to recover my charms, which in the end did not prove instrumental to the win. Hitting the hay now. Good night, all. Thank you so much for stopping by, Squiffy. I promised to stop streaming probably like an hour or two ago, but it was fun to check out these new areas. Coliseum's tough, still cleaning up your first playthrough as well. Oh, excellent. So okay, if you don't mind, I know, so first of all, those of you from Akalo's, sorry, am I doing this right? Akalo? Sorry for the pronunciation. For those of you from that stream, thank you so much for coming along. I realize that when a broadcaster you like on Twitch is finished, you don't necessarily want to see what's being hosted afterwards. So if this is the end of your night, I completely understand. I do appreciate you hanging out and giving a good showing for your previous streamer, because I appreciate it. I think all I can ever ask is a chance to entertain people, but I know you signed up for one thing and you're getting another. So if that's the end of our time together, I appreciate you coming by nonetheless. But Akalo, thank you. But yeah, so what made you play Hollow Knight? We might as well get this little exploration here. Oh, we already made it to this spot. Oh yeah, that's right. We checked this out already. What made you wind up wanting to play Hollow Knight in the first place, and how are you enjoying the first playthrough? Supply Chain or Hive Time? Supply Chain is a smaller game. Hive Time is an excellent pay what you want city builder, bee themed. Either one will work. Supply Time, Hive Chain. Yeah, I had the very kind and gentle insistence of a viewer that drove me to this. Although I'm very grateful that they did, as I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. This is not normally my type of game, but I like it. One sounds like a euphemism. The other sounds like cryptocurrency. You love tough games, and Hollow Knight has been on your list of games to play for a long time now. You've played more than a healthy amount of the Dark Souls series. So I did Dark Souls 1 and 2 on stream. I've not done 3 yet, although I'd love to pick it up. I'd already played Dark Souls 1 by the time I did this on stream, but number 2 I did sort of for the first time on stream. What are some of the other difficult games that you've done on stream? If you don't mind me asking, I know you might just want to wrap up for the evening, but Hollow Knight is pretty damn near the top of your favorite games list right now. It's an absolute... Yeah, it is an exceptionally well done game. I love the animation of it. I love all the little tricks that they do. Ah, you broke it. I gave you that charm as a gift and you broke it. Clumsy little fool. Nasty. Apologize. Ask me nicely and I'll fix it for you. Give me Geo and I'll fix it for you. I'm sorry. There's a cryptocurrency called a Hive. People who use it like to tweet about how it's time for that cryptocurrency. Signal-to-noise ratio is not good when you're trying to keep an eye out for people talking about your game. Oh, that's got to be so annoying. You got a Google alert set up for people talking about Hive Time, and all of a sudden you're finding out you're the next Ethereum or something. I should make a podcast. Chatting with you is awesome. Thank you, Mushroom Sis. People have actually been really kind about that. I think the biggest challenge that I have is that a podcast would require a consistency on my part that I'm probably not able to do. I think it would be very easy for me to start a podcast, and I think it would be very hard for me to deliver it regularly enough for people to enjoy it. But stay tuned, because there might be something along those lines that you're interested in. So you actually started streaming about a month and a half ago. Oh, you're doing very well. If you started streaming a month and a half ago, and you're hosting with that number, you're actually doing quite well. So Hollow Knight will be the first tough game that you actually made it through on stream. But other than that, you've played other platformers like Celeste, Canadian dev, so that's all good. Shovel Knight was another super fun one. Excellent. Yeah, I haven't. I have Celeste because of the Epic freebie, and I own Shovel Knight. I think somebody gifted that, but I have not played either. Need someone else to run a podcast that you could just show up for? Yeah, that's true. You could certainly tune in for a podcast. I know, it's actually another thing that people say is they would like to have me read stuff. And I mean, Project Gutenberg's very good for, releasing public domain work, so there's no shortage of material that I can work with. I'd actually really like to do Stephen Leacock, who's a Canadian humorist who might just happen to have also had a background as an economist. And he's got a couple of good ones. Actually, maybe that's what we can wrap up the stream with. When I'm done with Hollow Knight and I'm ready to host someone, would you guys want me to flip over to just chatting for a little bit and do one more essay to read? You'd be doing yourself a favor whenever you decide to play it. I definitely want to play both. Whether I do it on stream is an open question, because I've definitely got a big to list go through. Thank you so much for the follow, Akalo. I really appreciate that. But let's take a look. Sorry, Akalo. I'll get it right eventually. Okay, looks like there's a little bit for us to explore in Fog Canyon. So tell you what, I will go to the limits of Fog Canyon. I think that's going to be it for tonight. After that, but I will wrap up with a pretty good essay by Stephen Leacock, which is not that it's not that long, so I'll be able to host someone at the end of the night, and you guys can get back to gameplay. So there probably won't be anything mind-blowing. Oh, good God. All right. This is the point I should quit because I'm making stupid mistakes. But yeah, there's probably not going to be anything too mind-blowing in Hollow Knight, but we'll show what we can. Oop, that thing's explosive. I deserve that. I think I'm beat after the stream. It's getting late. Gotta head off to bed. Glad to chat with you a little bit and enjoy Hollow Knight. Thank you very much. Again, it's never a question of attendance. I usually host and run in my own case because it's super late for me. But it was great to get to know you a little bit. I will definitely check out your stream afterwards, because I may not check out the Hollow Knight stuff because it sounds like you're ahead of me. But I will find plenty of excuses to stop by. And if nothing else, I'll at least say hello and drop you a concurrent viewer while you're going through, even if I stay quiet. Have a great night. Thank you so much for the host. I really appreciate it. Okay. This is a pretty precarious little area, and I don't have any... Yeah. What did I think was going to happen? Oh, okay. We are about to die. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it through. I think I need to just... That could have been the game right there. Yeah, I think in this case I need to go to safety. Don't look for the follow until... I've had a couple of people who say stuff like that and then don't follow. Don't look for the follow message until after the stream is done, though. So it'll probably be tomorrow morning for you. Just... I think you guys have heard my story. My favorite evasion to kind of having future commitment was somebody saying, is like, I'll follow you the next time you're online, when a bigger streamer friend of mine shouted me out, and I'm like, how are you ever going to know I'm online? I don't even mind it, right? Like, I would much rather have a group of people who are into my stuff and want to engage. But, obviously, like, trying to get in good with your favorite streamer by saying you're supporting their friend when clearly you're not is I just want someone to respect my intelligence, that's all. Platformers are easy. Life is easy. Anyone who complains about the difficulties of these games just isn't working hard enough. All right. I get one more screw up. See, the deeper I go, the easier it is for me to wind up dying. I touch any one of these things and I'm toast. So I think the way I'm going to handle... I need to get my health up first, so all the souls are being picked up. But clearly I need to keep a reserve of souls to deal with the... blowers, the blowing up eggs. The kind of person that likes intelligent and educated conversation, but also just talking about silly, random things. You know, it's kind of funny you mentioned that, Mushroom Sis. So, there's an easy way for me to sound really full of myself in the way that I talk about this stuff, but one of the drawbacks that I had with working in camera... The important thing to remember about the context for me when I was working in the camera department was that I kind of knew I wanted to work in film fairly early on. What the hell was I thinking there? I don't even need to be here. And you can, like, if you were to look at my high school transcripts, you could basically see the moment I chose, because I definitely did not apply myself in quite the same way. It's not to suggest I was particularly bad in school. Obviously, to have a downturn, you actually need to have some kind of performance before. But I don't know. This is one of the things. Like, the nice thing about going to university after having worked a little bit was, I'm sure if I went to university straight out of high school, I would have been a bit of a punk and I would have got like nothing out of it. But one of the things, like, because I had started reading books, you know, as a desperate form of entertainment in the absence of my music player, I would bring a book on the camera truck. It's not like I was going to read the thing on set, but, you know, lunch, why not read a book, right? I still have that habit. I always have a book with me. Although, of course, now it's a little easier with a smartphone because I have a few ebooks that I read. I do have a pretty big library, though. I'm not militant about physical books, but I do tend to buy like a copy of a book that I'm really enjoying. There's a couple of like Steve Jobs' biography I thought was an excellent book, and I only have that electronically. Feel like you have to have that on an iPad if you own an iPad, though. I'm an idiot. Anyways, so the thing is that there's at least in terms of the crews that I worked with, there's definitely a very anti-intellectual kind of environment. And, you know, people did not make so first of all, I was a little naive about it, but people did not make it a secret of their dislike of that sort of stuff being on the camera truck, and eventually, like, a camera op sort of put me aside as, like, you know, if you bring stuff like that on the truck, people will think you're better than them, no matter what. And so the ability to talk about silly stuff partway through was for me a little bit of a defense mechanism to be able to talk about serious stuff that I thought was there. Well, yeah, because it's like I'm bringing something like Spinoza on the camera truck, right? So, you know, some people thought it was kind of cool, and other people were like, oh, yep, there's System Shock, you know, showing he's better than everyone again. And I'm like, well, I'm not like, it's not like I'm leaving the thing out on, you know, lunch break to show everyone, oh, look at me, I read smart person books. Especially because to me, it's like, how, you know, if you're not going to know Spinoza's a smart person book unless you know who Spinoza is. So how the hell do you know he's a smart person book, Mr. Cameraman? Anyways, not the best environment. And, you know, because, one, I didn't really conceive of myself as a particularly clever individual. Again, I had decided, you know, to give you an idea of the grades, there was a university that was really interested in taking me in until they saw my transcript, and they would, like, I never heard from them again. Which is fine, because I eventually got in a better university anyway, but still, just, there's some context. But eventually kind of it was, and this is still a problem that I have, like I definitely have very unique interests, and either I am a bit elitist and I just don't want to admit it, or I come across as it. You know, even this conversation I feel a little wary because I'm really, like, I've read stuff, I try to apply it if I can. I don't want to present myself as being some kind of an expert. Well, okay, there's a small domain of knowledge in which I would consider myself an expert, but it's not one that makes for very interesting conversation, let's say. And being able to sort of, you know, mix I don't know, like being able to just talk about something that I find kind of interesting, you know, maybe it is some kind of, you know, the categorical imperative, you know. Do you like deontology, or are you a consequentialist, or, you know, something along those lines? That's, first of all, nobody talks like that. You know, you can have those conversations without using the terms of art. But being able to, you know, throw in a dick joke every now and again is a nice way to sort of keep the conversation from flying out into really arcane areas, and particularly to make it so that people don't feel really isolated. And so I've kind of developed that as a little bit of a reflex, which I also don't think is great, because, like, not everything has to be dumbed down, or not everything has, like, you know, the difference is that now I've sort of learned to be okay with the fact that people are not going to like me. And if people have a problem with, you know, talking about something I'm interested in, provided, you know, I'm not being too, obviously if I'm monopolizing a conversation about something I find interesting and nobody else does, I should shut the hell up. But, you know, obviously now if I was on those camera trucks and somebody was, you know, had a problem with what I was reading, it's like, you know, well, fire me. Like, I have enough people who will give me a day call that I don't exactly, you know, I don't need to work with you anymore. But yeah, it's, but I mean, I will also admit too, there are some humor is, in my opinion, a really good way to get people to get over, like, hang-ups of stuff too. So I don't know, has anybody here read Plato's Symposium? I'm going to talk with Cloth. Tiny warrior, and you too come to test yourself against that traitorous tribe, a deadly bunch that are that roost within these glades. I'd once have stayed well clear of them, but your actions have shown me the truth of it. We must face down our fears or be defeated by them. If we both make it through, we can swap stories of our adventures. I look forward to that. Stay alive, my friend. Whatever you seek in here, I'm sure that tribe won't look lightly on our intrusion. You haven't, but I hear it's full of gags. So there's a really famous speech by one of the characters is Aristophanes, who is the ancient Greek playwright. The symposium is a drinking party. That's kind of what it means. I mean, symposium kind of means similar to what we mean now. Although I don't think people say symposium very much. And during this drinking party, everybody gives a speech on love. And sort of the first speech is this incredibly turgid, dull oratory on love that's just like, it's boring to read because the character is boring. And Aristophanes gets this really interesting sort of speech, and it's this big myth about how originally human beings, if you've ever seen the movie Hedwig and the Angry Inch, the character actually, I think, has a degree in philosophy. Anyways, there's like Kant jokes in it, but there's a song in it called The Origin of Love, and it is Aristophanes' speech from the Symposium. And the idea is that basically humans were sort of these creatures that were, it was like two humans fused together. 4 legs, 4 arms. Whenever they wanted to move fast, they'd sort of do cartwheels, and they'd sort of roll around as these wheels. So it's something straight out of Dark Souls, basically. And as humans are wont to do, it's sort of like a Tower of Babel story. You've got gods who don't really like that, and Zeus takes a thunderbolt and splits them in half. And basically the idea out of this is that love is the two halves trying to reconnect. And there is this idea of the parts that you had as part of your coupling. There used to be sort of male parts, there used to be female parts, and there was male parts. And these would sort of account for the range of preferences. And what's really interesting are some of the comments that Aristophanes makes on the types of people who sort of seek out their other partner. There's this whole sort of taxonomy of the types of people that were in this origin story and what they're like now and what it shows about the kinds of people that they love. So what I found really funny, I still do this gag every once in a while, particularly when there's something like God of War coming on and there's like those really out of place sex mini games. My usual joke on that one is like, why do they got to put women in it? Like, gay sex is the manliest sex. Like, why do they got to femme it up with a woman in the scene? And number one, like, this is just a nice way of getting people. So number one, like, moments like that in games are super silly. Like, there's nothing you can do but laugh at them. Number two, it does a nice little bit to throw people out of their ruts in terms of thinking. I actually had a guy, again, like, satire is dead. I had somebody who responded to that with like a woman would make it more manly, and I'm like, no, by definition, adding a woman to the equation is making it more womanly. They didn't get it, so I gave up. But what's really funny is actually in Aristophanes' speech, there's a full-on description about how like the politicians, are the most suited to taking on a male lover because it is the most masculine of loves, and it's totally the right thing to do. So obviously in that you can, if you want, you can sort of unpack the Greek reference and so on and so forth and go to town with it. But obviously, you don't want to be a dick in Twitch chat. So you don't need to give this small monologue like I just did about the Symposium and Aristophanes' speech inside of it. You can just sort of poke fun at a hyper-masculine game through, needling its choices in terms of what it wants to depict. And again, like every once in a while, I just want to be silly. So it's one of these nice little ways where, while I sort of regret what drove me to that influence to always look for like the dirty or the silly side in some of the stuff that I was talking about, every once in a while you do get to pick out these fun little bits in the old stuff that you read. Because, of course, the old stuff is usually going to be the ones that have... I mean, the outdated attitudes you run into in... Maybe not outdated is wrong. The old-time attitudes you run into in some books. It's a double-edged sword, right? You sometimes find some horrible stuff in old books. But every once in a while, you find some really amazing stuff. And you can't help but... you can't help but share it. So... obviously, you don't share the horrible stuff, but anyways, there's a fun aside, which hopefully people didn't mind the digression. It's time. I'll face that fear. Nola will be proud. So I don't think there's going to be a bench here. I think I'll head to the Stone Sanctuary. Okay. And I've not forgotten the oh, hang on. There's an upper area, I think. Damn you! But I will wrap up with the Stephen Leacock bit, so. Have you ever seen high-ranking angels are described as it's horrifying and interesting? Yes! I think there's a reason why in most Bible stories, the first time someone sees an angel, the first thing they say is, "Be not afraid." And then there's that, like, literary adaptation of all the heavy metal covers, the Book of Revelation. This is probably not going to result in a bench. You know what? I'm getting close to 6 hours, so I think I'm just going to quit to the menu. It'll probably take me to the bench anyway. If nothing else, it gives me a chance to walk through. I'm sorry to end it so abruptly, but I'm realizing just how many times I said I finished it. Or I was going to finish it. So, I'm just going to switch to just chatting really quickly. I'd love it if you guys would stick around. I promise not to take too much of your time. I'm actually going to find someone to host while I bring this up. But there is I think a fun essay, which I know is in the public domain, and I think some of you will. I think some of you will enjoy. It's a chance for me to. First of all, it's a chance for me to sort of unpack for the night. It's a chance for me to find somebody to host for you, and it's a chance, because we already got a chance to talk a bit about some reading. Let's end with Stephen Leacock's My Financial Career. And as much as I love the music, I think it's probably appropriate if I... Oh, I can hear the music still, though, so that's not going to help. Okay. American literature? Go to hell. That's Canadian. Sorry, I just need to find a copy of it. Apparently there's a short film of it. I'll have to check that out later. There's an essay on my financial career. Okay, this will have to do. Let me get chat back up. I'm not sure, Valiant Cheese. Okay. My Financial Career by Stephen Leacock. When I go into a bank, I get rattled. The clerks rattle me. The wickets rattle me. The sight of the money rattles me. Everything rattles me. The moment I cross the threshold of a bank and attempt to transact business there, I become an irresponsible idiot. I knew this beforehand, but my salary had been raised to $50 a month, and I felt that the bank was the only place for it. So I shambled in and looked timidly around at the clerks. I had an idea that a person about to open an account must needs consult the manager. I went up to a wicket named accountant. The accountant was a tall, cool devil. The very sight of him rattled me. My voice was sepulchral. "Can I see the manager?" I said, and added solemnly, "Alone." I don't know why I said alone. "Certainly," said the accountant, and fetched him. The manager was a grave, calm man. I held my $56 clutched in a crumpled ball in my pocket. "Are you the manager?" I said. God knows I didn't doubt it. "Yes," he said. "Can I see you?" I asked. "Alone?" I didn't want to say alone again, but without it the thing seemed self-evident. The manager looked at me in some alarm. He felt that I had an awful secret to reveal. "Come in here," he said, and led the way to a private room. He turned the key in the lock. "We're safe from interruption here," he said. "Sit down." We both sat and looked at each other. I found no voice to speak. "You're one of Pinkerton's men, I presume," he said. He had gathered from my mysterious manner that I was a detective. I knew what he was thinking, and it made me worse. "No, not from Pinkerton's," I said, seeming to imply that I came from a rival agency. "To tell the truth," I went on, as if I had been prompted to lie about it, "I'm not a detective at all. I've come to open an account. I intend to keep all my money in this bank." The manager looked relieved, but still serious. He concluded now that I was a son of Baron Rothschild or a young Gould. "A large account, I suppose?" "Fairly large," I whispered. "I propose to deposit $56 now and $50 a month regularly." The manager got up and opened the door. He called to the accountant. "Mr. Montgomery," he said, unkindly loud, "this gentleman is opening an account. He will deposit $56. Good morning." I rose. A big iron door stood open at the side of the room. "Good morning," I said, and stepped into the safe. "Come out," said the manager coolly, and showed me the other way. I went up to the accountant's wicket and poked the ball of money at him with a quick convulsive movement, as if I were doing a conjuring trick. My face was ghastly pale. "Here," I said, "deposit it." The tone of the words seemed to mean, let us do this painful thing while the fit is on us. He took the money and gave it to another clerk. He made me write the sum on a slip and sign my name in a book. I no longer knew what I was doing. The bank swam before my eyes. "Is it deposited?" I asked in a hollow, vibrating voice. "It is," said the accountant. "Then I want to draw a check." My idea was to draw out $6 for present use. Someone gave me a checkbook through a wicket, and someone else began telling me how to write it out. The people in the bank had the impression that I was an invalid millionaire. I wrote something on the check and thrust it at the clerk. He looked at it. "What? Are you drawing it out all again?" he asked in surprise. Then I realized that I had written 56 instead of 6. I was far too gone to reason now. I had a feeling that it was impossible to explain the thing. All the clerks had stopped writing to look at me. Reckless with misery, I made the plunge. "Yes, the whole thing." "You withdraw your money from the bank?" "Every cent of it." "Are you not going to deposit more?" the clerk said, astonished. "Never." An idiot hope had struck me that they might think something had insulted me while I was writing the check and that I had changed my mind. I made a wretched attempt to look like a man with a fearfully quick temper. The clerk prepared the money. "How will you have it?" he said. "What?" "How will you have it?" "Oh!" I caught his meaning and answered without even trying to think. "In 50s." He gave me a $50 bill. "And the 6?" he asked dryly. "In 6s," I said. He gave it to me and I rushed out. As the big door swung behind me, I caught the echo of a roar of laughter that went up to the ceiling of the bank. Since then, I bank no more. I keep my money in cash in my trousers pocket and my saving in silver dollars in a sock. And that is the story. I actually don't remember when this was written. I think it might be 1914, possibly. But I think it's a cute story. I don't know how well I read it. I'm definitely not one for... I'm not quite that good at dramatic reading. Yeah, 1914. But I think it's a cute one. It's short and it does a fairly... It's obviously very old-fashioned. Like, most people don't bank this way now. But it's... I don't think it's so old that we can't appreciate the complete social destruction of the poor guy. All right. So we have got... Oh, this is the challenge with switching to just chatting. I gotta bring back Hollow Knight. I don't know. Was that worth it? Would you guys, if I did more of that at the end of streams or on other occasions, would you be interested in that, or should it just kind of stick with games, and then I can do reading as a separate thing? While we are getting ready for, or while I'm getting ready to wrap up, I think we'll host Night Valian tonight. He is doing Yakuza 2. So I know if you're looking for Hollow Knight, the biggest problem is I don't actually know anybody who's streaming Hollow Knight right now. But I trust that you are able to follow that link yourself. I do encourage you to check out some of the smaller broadcasters. Obviously, it was Akalio who had hosted me tonight. I'm very grateful for that, especially for those of you that hung out, especially because I know there wasn't that much gameplay at the end. But Night Valian is a very good Brazilian streamer, very calm voice that I think you guys will appreciate. So if you're looking for Hollow Knight, I definitely recommend go scroll down, check out some of the hidden gems at the bottom of the page. For the rest of you, please stick around. I hope you give Night Valian a chance, because he is, I think he's definitely somebody I feel very comfortable hosting at the end of the evening. As for me, I have quite a bit of work, as always, on the weekend. I'm going to be recording another episode of Oblivion. I need to get a little Cultist Simulator done. But at the very latest, I will see some of you for Monday with Phantom Brigade. And then for the rest of the week, there will be at least one Hollow Knight and probably some Industries of Titan and hopefully some Everspace too. But until then, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for the hosts, the subs, all of that good business. Treat Night Valian well, and I will see some of you later. Also, thank you for the kind comments on the reading. I will keep that in mind for future.